New assault rifle, some balance adjustments to old favorites, and a few terrain changes to Destin. All this and more as we dive into the Update 22.2 patch report. First up, a popular new French assault rifle is hitting the battlegrounds. The FAMAS is a 5.56 AR capable of single fire, burst, and full auto. You won't find this new weapon among normal loot, however, so check care packages and other special areas where powerful weapons spawn. We're also giving a couple tried and true ARs some balance adjustments, with the AUG, M416, M16, and the Mutant all receiving a few changes. Check out the patch notes for full details on these. Also, with the introduction of the FAMAS, the AUG will now spawn among normal Battlegrounds loot. Destin is also getting a few changes, with the addition of several hills between Barcliff and Terita, to aid players making the long and perilous trek. There's also a new dirt track south of San Carlo, to break up sightlines a bit and add some more interesting flavor to that area. And since the PUBG 6th anniversary is fast approaching, we're also putting up some festive decorations around Arkangel, Miramar, and Cicak. We've also updated the Hall of Fame on Arkangel with special items to commemorate the PGC 2022 winners, so check it out on your next drop. That's it for this quick update. But as always, you can find all the details on these changes and more in the official patch notes. Update 22.2 is here, so find yourself a new FAMAS, and get ready to celebrate the glorious 6th anniversary of PUBG. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
the latest game from Crafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the PUBG Challenger Rumble Finals. We have 4 days of amazing action coming up. Of course, my name is Husky, and I'm a commentator for today. Alongside me is Victor. We have so much to talk about, with so many things that I think we need to go through. But just to give you guys a good idea, is that we have 20 matches across 2 weekends, and a lot of things are on the line.
Oh yeah, indeed, because it's not only just the prize pool that everyone's fighting for, it's also for the chance to qualify to even further on, especially into the Global Series as well as the Asia Super Cup. So there's going to be a lot in line here for this Challenge Rumble, and let's get into it. So on your screens right now, you can see this is going to be the point system, a very familiar one, definitely for all you PUBG players out there. Chicken Dinner will get you 10 points in total, second place gives you 6 points, then it's going to be a 1 point split all the way down to 8th place, and of course every time you get a kill it's going to be a single point for it. The placement points plus the kill points together will make up the match points, and at the end of the day the total points will determine how they stand on the leaderboard.
And I do like how this has been, the super rule for PUBG has kind of evolved throughout a couple of times throughout the years, and we are in a very sweet spot where you get to see this very fine balance between being the team that really survives until the end and needing to get a couple of points along the way with these eliminations. So for a lot of these teams that will be competing for the rest of the finals, this is where you get to really put them to the test and how they find that royal balance. Because even when you look at the scrim results and look at those mock rounds, there are teams who might not have the greatest start, but you give them one good round, they hit those double-digit kills, and suddenly you're back in the lead. So this point system is going to really give us a good indicator of where these teams stand.
Exactly, and of course it's always going to be about the team that really is able to capitalize on opportunities and also mitigate any sort of like weaknesses on their end, and throughout the course of the day, especially given that a lot of these teams, this will be kind of like a test bed for them to see how they stack up against these other regions here. It's also going to be very interesting to see how these the different regions playstyles will come into factor in this tournament here, because of course given that we are this is kind of like a qualifier to the Global Series, we have up to 4 different regions that are taking part in this competition. We have teams coming from Indonesia, we have teams coming from Australia, we have teams coming from the Philippines. So it's kind of like a unusual mix, I have to say, because it's quite rare we get to see like Southeast Asian teams fight against Oceania teams. So that's kind of exciting for me to see, especially in PUBG PC here.
Yeah, and I think the best part is that, the teams that get first place to get the direct slot into PUBG Global Series Phase 1, but these are our 16 contenders that will be duking it out for the rest of the 2 weekends. For Piggies, Arkangel Predator, Action Philippines, 4 Samurais, Aurora, Charm Farmers, Cicak Gaming, Tenax.
Yep, and on the other side there, we got Trident Esports, EXO Clan, Gascans, From the Future, One Call, Pintadoes Esports, Starlight, and Trident Esports. So you can also see which countries each individual team come from, and it seems like there's a lot of Australian teams actually taking part in this. I'm quite surprised by that. But nevertheless, it's going to be up to the other regions here to show them up. Here are the points as far as like how it's been. I think in the season 1 so far. So rank 1 here, you get 740 points. Rank 2, you have 640 points. That goes all the way down to the rank 16 there. So I guess you can kind of get a sense of where the kind of would stand, I suppose.
Just a lot on the line, you know. Again, first place, you not only get a whopping 740 points, you get that direct invite into Global Series Phase 1. This is what all the teams are going to go for, but of course they have to go through the hoops and hurdles, the trials and tribulations. For today, at least, we will have 5 matches. The first 2 matches, we'll have it on Arkangel, and we will close out the rest of the last 3 matches on Miramar. And I think it's just a very great balance, because you get to start off on this very classic map, you know, the map that we all love and adore on Arkangel. And when we head to Miramar, that's where you really get to test the macro of these teams, you know, how you really maneuver a barren land that doesn't provide you much cover. Personally, you know, throughout the years, ever since the inception of PUBG, Miramar has always been my favorite map. I enjoy maps that don't give you the convenience of cover. I really and I think it's just more on the technical side, right? How these teams are really put their mechanical knowledge to good use. Miramar is that map.
Indeed, and of course, it is one. Given that it's been in play for such a long time, you know, a lot of the nooks and crannies of that game of that map has been explored. A lot of like strategies have already been developed like over years now at this point in PUBG PC for those maps. So it's also going to be a test really of like how much experience and knowledge these teams have, because if I'm not mistaken, some of these teams even have been playing or rather some of these players have been playing quite literally since the start of PUBG itself. So you know, a lot of expectation on my side to see like whether or not these hyper experienced players will actually be able to use that experience to their advantage here, especially in this day and age of PUBG. So first match of the day gonna be coming up right about now here, and we're gonna be going on to our classic map of Arkangel. Pretty familiar place, almost kind of like home, isn't it, for the PUBG player here?
Oh yeah, I mean, if you have played PUBG, this is definitely the map that you are incredibly familiar with. Though, you know, I remember that it's good that you brought up the fact that some teams and players have been around for very long. Because I remember when I did the Challenger Rumbles, I think around, that's 2023, I think around 2020, 2019, it was so long ago. But there are still a couple of a few of these names that are still around, and some of the organizations that were around back then are in here. I think Arkangel Predator is a very, very familiar name to not just the PUBG fans, but especially the Filipino fans. And you know, some of their players are still there in that in their roster. Some of them have moved on, but they are playing in a different team that is also a part of this final. So a lot of storylines can be lined out. It makes it even more exciting as we head into the first map.
Exactly. So looks like Arkangel is going to be a go very, very soon. So we'll be expecting to see all 16 teams jump in as soon as they are ready. In fact, the flight is already on the way, moving in from the west side to the east, cutting across the map, not quite splitting it halfway. But now it's just providing a bit of an interesting conundrum here. Do teams want to take the northern side a little bit more, which since that's where the flight is biased to, or do they want to head further all the way down south? Maybe even get all the way to the Sosnovka Island there, and hopefully be able to get some good loot from that point on. But there we go, everyone all jumping in.
I do like this distribution. I feel like this is definitely those scenarios where you get this very uneven flight path, and you know, just based off of the initial drop, you're looking for any overlap that has a higher tendency of happening just because there's lesser space to wriggle around. Does benefit the southern side more because there's so much more open space. We saw a few of these players really getting access to vehicles. Bit of an overlapping between Cicak Gaming and Action PH down in the middle, but this circle absolutely deadly. Towards the southern side, only 2 teams being included on the very beginning, so gotta expect a mass migration as we continue into this match.
I kind of feel bad for the teams because I think I might have jinxed them a little bit because that circle literally landed on top of the island. So they're going to have to get there either way, though. But nevertheless, this is still early game. Still plenty of time for some of these teams, at least, to get some of their farming underway. We're seeing Jeski currently picking up a Scar already. So let's see whether or not he'll be able to collect even more. We already see a teammate of his picking up a vehicle as well. And that's going to be a very important thing. Being able to stay mobile in this map here, especially for the teams that dropped on the north side. They're definitely going to need a vehicle in order to be able to make their way to the next safe zone.
Honestly, I was expecting a bit of that early skirmish down in the center. Bit of that again. Action PH they were caught in kind of that, I would say, the hard drop scenario, but so far nothing much has happened. So we are gonna go down into that. Basically, your very well, I want to say very standard start, but you see Arkangel Predator catching that early bullet. Thankfully, no casualties just yet. Not getting dragged back up. They do have that vehicle to start navigating around that plains. But again, they are crossing that Gat fields. We're heading towards the southern side. It seems like AAP, they are going to be the first one to make that early move. Action PH also doing the same as well. You want to gain access as early as possible into the southern zone, and they have just gotten there.
Yeah, APH as well just arrived into the safe zone now, and they have literally a fleet of vehicles, so they're certainly looking to try to cover a lot of ground. Might even bump into one call, though. I see Trick hiding inside the village just to the left of where Action PH is right now, and you can even see Rems just keeping an eye out on that building there, but Trick doesn't seem to be willing to give up his position quite yet. He is quite literally alone there, as Jeski is only just about rejoining his group. In fact, Trick now, having seen the whole convoy gone past, looks like he's going to be tailing them. Looks like one call really wants to try to take the fight here.
Yeah, this is and they're taking that perimeter of the circle, right? We're seeing them kind of setting out guard inside. Trick just switching up vehicles. So this whole convoy will start going down south, but not really in the safe zone. No, they're skirting kind of the edge of it. And considering the fact that when we look at the southern circle, there you gotta cross onto that island. There's very little path for you to head right in unless you go for a swim. And I think one call has decided to make the decision. We're gonna maybe start gatekeeping some of these key zones. And I think the motive is really clear. They're gonna set up shop at that bridge. Perhaps get a couple of free eliminations along the way.
In fact, we're already seeing another team just getting ready to make the cross of the bridge here. So one call is already on the scene, setting up ambush points now. We have EXO as well taking up to the hills here. Not quite sure they're going to be able to find a good choke point like that, but definitely given that the next circle is inside is on the island there, these bridges now are going to be representing very important choke points that need to be held. And one call has already taken one. We get APH. Action PH already on the other side of this bridge, so this could be the first big encounter for the early game right now.
Yeah, APH, I feel like if you are APH, you are definitely looking to jostle more control over one call because APH is actually on that island. So one call is kind of like the vultures who are trying there to kind of gatekeep some of these eliminations. But you can see that Jexy, he is very far into that bridge as well. Make sure you gotta be really careful. If Action PH takes him out, there's actually no one that can provide any substantial backup to him. EXO on the other end has just ran into Arkangel Predator and AP. The few earlier teams that went into the circle, but right now completely surrounded. Squikita here just found Algin Boss. This guy absolutely naded in the face. That's the first elimination. Evil Patrick trying to come in to provide a bit of support, but that's more grenades. Not going to do too much though. Squikita has that elevation. Flashbang's even shown out. Evil Patrick just cannot get close. The Molly to flush him out of that area as well. This guy is a one-man machine.
Yeah, Squikita still trying Right, but Evil Patrick trying to find a way to get a leg up on the Skukita right now, but fortunately Smoke is making it a little bit hard for him, especially the elevation right now makes it hard for him to get a clear line of sight to EXO. But we also see One Call making their way towards this battle here. It looks like they also want to try to pick up some of the stragglers here, and stragglers, by stragglers I do mean Arkangel Predator, who right now are a little bit held up here. Trick going for the spray, does get the knockdown to Skukita right now and finishes him off very, very quickly there. Now they can focus their attentions solely onto Arkangel Predator, already sending them throwables their way. Evil Patrick picks up a car now, trying to send his get away, but no, he gets caught out by rain now. It's literally raining lead on top of them here, as both members of AAP here have been taken out before they could exfil.
Might be a third one coming through. Nan also in the scope of Nandu J. It's One Call making very great decision to just come in. Thankfully for Skukita, he made the call to back off, but unfortunately he's not able to do it in time. In this case, for One Call, definitely the biggest winners of this entire exchange. AAP barely escaping with just tails between their leg. EXO on the other hand, take his long ride by that beach line. So 3 eliminations coming through, One Call getting 2 of them. And this was a team that did take control of that bridge earlier on that was also partially occupied by APH. So you gotta really, credit them for that rotation afterwards to kind of leave this anchor point and was able to make something out of it.
Now the funny thing that just thinking about it is that Arkangel Predator could have really played it safe and actually become the gatekeeper to One Call, because whoever is going to be winning that battle between One Call and Action PH certainly will have to make their way towards the inwards of the island, which is where Arkangel Predator was already set up in. So they tried to pick a fight there that they didn't really have to, but unfortunately, that's just the way the cookie crumbles, so they're just going to have to try to pick up the pieces from here on. TRDT just moving up the scene here as we see CG, which I believe is Cicak Gaming, already fully set up in this one area here. Jam, unfortunately, getting caught out, though. He is going to get taken out completely by Super Luke, so already the one man down. Are they going to continue to try to stay in this formation here? Because I think it'd be better for Snow if he pulls back and try to cut his losses.
A very unfortunate opening for Trident. This is want to take the high ground, but Cicak Gaming absolutely aware of where Jam is going to be. So Trident evicted from their location, can't really stay there anymore. The high ground control completely lost, having to make that detour inland. Thankfully, there is an empty compound that Trident can kind of plant themselves in and recuperate. Phase 1 is finally going to end in just half a minute. We're going to get the phase 2 pretty soon. So considering how this circle has been, it is a pretty mild start for how demanding it is for a lot of these teams to start making those early moves. PNC, on the other hand, very spread out. We have the 2-2 formation from them, and I think Trident has spotted them as well.
Yeah, might just have... we also have SL up here on the radio tower, just giving a bit of oversight for their specific sector here. In fact, they already have. They also have 2 members down on the ground there to try to cover off the bridge area. Now TRDT has fallen back. They still have 3 members here to try to regroup, as Panic Esports have already still held the further up end. Cherry now trying to take some pot shots. Doesn't seem to be able to get a knockdown. We also see Gascans also wandering into this area here, so no doubt they're already hearing these gunshots coming around. And the firefights are certainly attracting a lot of attention now, so they need to try to either finish this fight as quickly as they can, or they need to start turning around and start fighting the newcomers coming in here, because it's getting rather crowded right about now.
Yeah, I mean, this circle is getting even more brutal. Now we cut the safe zones in half with water in the middle and that bridge. Action PH has already moved backwards. PNC basically in a rat fight right now. And they tried to also intercepting. Gascans has just arrived on the eastern side from Milta. PE, Pintadoes, they're going to be coming in as well from the western side. And Arkangel Predator, team number 6 to join in. We're going to have an absolute bloodbath in this area. And I think only Aurora and Action PH are going to be happy about this because they are uncontested on that southern island. Everyone else is just going to be fighting amongst each other. 4 Samurais also is going to be contestant number 21 in this case. So many things but the blow up. PNC though in danger because they have been engaging in battle for a very, very long time. Arkangel Predator shows up, instantly gets down by Bless from Trident. PE Pintadoes able to do some bit of recon work. They see this happening, able to plan the next move. Pintadoes making that long detour away from the battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, it's also no surprise that that Arkangel Predator is not really focused on trying to be the king of the north right now, which all the other squads seem to be, because they're quite literally hurting at this point with only 2 members still up at this juncture. But right now for 4 Samurai, they are quite literally on the edge of this next safe zone here, and they are finding themselves in a very awkward place because, you know, with the firefights breaking out in all corners here, they really need to try to find a good place for cover, and just some guys finds one only to get sniped by Super Luik, who spots him just entering inside. So it's just quite literally going to be kind of like this. They have to try to make the best of whatever environment they have right now. Cicak Gaming is already trying to put a bit of pressure right now on 4 Samurai's village here, but they don't exactly have a really good place to take a fight here because it's still quite far away from the bridge. So they need to try to figure out a way to get themselves closer to there. But right now, 4 Samurai kind of has them locked down here, and they really want to try to finish this fight here.
Yeah, 4 Samurai under heavy fire as well. Super Link getting directly challenged. Murayama right out into the open. Actually, able to push Super Link back. That is very, very crucial for 4 Samurais. You gotta keep a bit of that control. And the fact that, you know, the sheer amount of courage that Murayama had to do that, to push Cicak Gaming away, is gonna keep, you know, 4 Samurai safe. With that being said, I think 4 Samurai is gonna be enjoying a bit of that peace, at least for now. But Cicak Gaming, on the other hand, not willing to give up that control of the high ground.
Yeah, and the problem is that in about less than a minute, that blue zone is going to be coming in, and it's going to add even more pressure to 4 Samurai because technically they're being gate kept right now in that situation. But for Action PH, pretty much still holding at south side, just waiting to see which team's going to be coming their end. But given the nature of this next circle here, I think it's going to be time for Action PH to finally join in the battle in the north right now, which is very much raging on there with Arkangel Predator right now trying to take on Panics. We also see 4P moving in on the AAP's position. They're going to be in a world of trouble very soon because they're going to be completely surrounded by all 4 members here. Panic Esports in the meantime continuing to keep them suppressed inside that building while 4P just moves up on them. One call as well is starting to make some moves and getting a lot of attention there. AAP now, Nan has been taken down, so Elec is going to try to hold his own for now. Managed to take one down. He's actually managed to get all 3 down. He does take the last person out, so he is quite literally the last man standing here.
Yeah, Alec basically keeping AAP in the entire game. 4 Piggies just got swamped, and now you have all these smoke grenades. Might not be for long though. That AAP is still under fire. Alec, he's gonna get swarmed. Trident on one end, and I believe Pintadoes has also arrived as well. In fact, Pintadoes taking out the former teammate Silent does have a bit of a good idea of where Alec is going to be, and yeah, Namsab is going to be the one that does it. Alec goes down, Pintadoes stay alive for a bit longer, but that will also alert Trident that there's a secondary squad. EXO in the meantime able to touch down in a nearby compound with Cicak Gaming on the other end of the field. Not much is going to be going on between them. 4 Samurai still pretty much have already evacuated where they were, so EXO taking that spot. Now they are the ones that have to deal with Cicak Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Pintadoes Esports definitely was like capitalizing so much on that fight there. Quite literally just picking up all the stragglers there and quite just winning outright. But nevertheless, Action PH still only just is making their way across the bridge right now. Want to really see what's going to be up with Cicak Gaming at this point now because they're still caught up in that firefight. just moments ago. Well, Action PH is trying to make the move up. They're trying to do it very gingerly as well because on the opposite side, SL is already set up to try to gatekeep them. So their decision really to try to stay on the island has kind of come back to bite them in the back now. EXO Clan also on the move right now, trying to move on to PE, but they're receiving fire from the back end there. So they're forced to kind of abandon the vehicle and try to set up some smokes in order to try to avoid any more damage. So right now with AAP already taken out, looks like Pintadoes Esports will be taking control over the village just now. EXO is almost on the way there, but now they're kind of bogged down here with 4 Samurai just raining fire upon them, making it quite hard for them to actually move out of position. So they might just be trapped in this no man's land right now.
Very, very bad news from EXO. They not only got assaulted by Cicak Gaming, they were trying very hard to salvage this vehicle because without that truck, there's no way that they can maneuver the map, and they would just have to wait to dry out. But they've attracted Pintadoes, they've attracted 4 Samurais. We're gonna catch up on that in just a little bit because I think if you are EXO, you are in a very, very rough spot. Aurora, on the other hand, decided to split up just a little bit. They did leave one of their members behind so that they can send a scouting squad forward. With this circle going back onto that mainland, Action PH will be slowly moving up from the Sosnoka Island. Starlight, in the meantime, receiving a lot of fire from Gascans. You can see the 9 just got taken down. From the future, also making contact with Aurora, getting more and more heated. So far, we look at kind of how these teams are. The teams that remain in the match, teams like Panic Esports, they've been active for so long, but they are still 4-man strong. Rain, unfortunately, catches the nade in the face, and another nade comes right through, this time onto Amped. And EXO just not able to do too much in this situation. Unfortunately, EXO out.
Yeah, so unfortunate for EXO because they quite literally got themselves into this situation here, getting caught out in the open, and that's the kind of nature of this circle right now. There's not a lot of cover unless you're already set up inside one of these villages here. I mean, I did see Panic already set up in a very safe position up north. It's kind of away from a lot of like the action, so I'm wondering if like some teams just basically kind of biding their time, letting all these other teams fight it out first, and then only then deciding to make a move out here in order to try to take down the survivors of that. But Cicak Gaming right now caught in a situation here with 4 Samurai, and they do have the blue wall up against their backs, so this is going to be a bit of a desperate situation here, and Muran Yama knows this as well. That's why he's already setting up Molotovs in order to try to cut off any progress that Cicak Gaming could have to get out of the way. Oh, that's one good knockdown, but Murayama is already quite low, and Super Luik is going to try to use this opportunity to try breakthrough, but the smoke only barely keeping him in cover. But now that the blue zone is moving in, Cicak Gaming could not move past the tide and will get cut down in their prime.
Very, very unfortunate. Meanwhile, Rams actually gets knocked out by his own teammate, Rudavin. That's not the roadkill that you are looking for. And there's this very unlucky circumstances for APH. Getting rid of one of their teammates. 12 teams still remain though. We only have 4 wipeouts so far. 4 Samurai getting one of their members knocked down early on, but should be able to retrieve him. Without things stand, this circle slowly inching back towards the center, so you get all these squads kind of caught outside, and a couple of gatekeepers, Gascans being one of them. Hayase able to find Rudavin again from long range.
Yeah, Gascans probably has one of the best positions right now in this circle here, but everyone else is stuck on the edge. Are going to have to fight it out. And APH, you know, they're taking a lot of damage there. Starlight has been kind of stalking them ever since they got across the bridge, and now it seems very much committed to keeping them suppressed and gatekeeping them possibly from this next zone. TNX as well, kind of stuck on the edge of the blue zone right now, as one call is keeping them gate kept very effectively from their positions here. In fact, TRDT as well is doing the same on their side. So TNX is just facing a 2v1 battle here that they can't really afford right now because the blue zone is already creeping in.
Aurora, in the meantime, actually receiving a bit of fire from Starlight. They get a pretty comfy space on that corner. Oh, the nade almost completely destroying the vehicles of 4 Samurais. They just were able to get there in time. Aurora actually getting own knockdown, friendly knockdown. Milko onto Jumi, but we gotta keep an eye on the 4 Samurai against PE right now. Pintadoes having a couple of covers to work with. Fatty with the molly in hand, looking to flush out. Silent Namshot getting bombed from Fatties. What a beautiful nade. That molly, unfortunately, is going to get extinguished by the smoke very, very quickly. CJ trying to hold the fort, but it's just him and Silent against the rest of 4 Samurai. Silent also getting absolutely pressured from multiple angles. Couple of debris from the vehicle to walk around. They were able to stop Fatties to start, but unfortunately not able to do too much from that. Just some YSA just comes right in the building looking for those final touches, and there's only CJ left. Just some GN getting absolutely blinded. Silent with that over the wall lob. A good flash to buy some time, but not much more room for him to work with.
I mean, the thing is that I think the battle's kind of been lost right now. It's just a matter of how much more kill points that Silent can get. He managed to get one off of the wall, just now trying to find another one here. Uses the vehicle actually as a bit of cover. And just tries to gets a second kill through the window now. Can he get a third one as he tries, as they try to surround him on both sides here? Unfortunately, that flanking maneuver will work there, and they will be able to bring their teammates back up. So very valiant attempt there for Silent, but unfortunately could not confirm the kill. In the meantime, though, FTF now moving along with the blue zone, catching one and catching two, and Aurora has unfortunately caught the bad kill there because they have been eliminated in 10th place.
Yeah, Gascans will come in to mop up the mess. KDR basically out high and dry in the blue. Number 8 for FTF. Gascans continuing to kind of pillage these individual stragglers. Now they get to start really moving in. They've cleared out the perimeter. They've secured the border. It's time to move straight into the center. And I just want to put a note that Panic Esports have been in the center. They've been fighting for the past, I don't know, like 8 to 10 minutes, and they are still 4-man strong. This is a team from Oceania you really got to keep your eyes on. PNC, one of the strongest, one of the most anticipated teams coming into the Challenger Rumble. And they have a very, very comfy compound to work with, at least for now. Gascans now still continue to play on that perimeter of the circle.
In fact, I don't think neither Panic nor CF, which have actually moved out of position, because I believe they've been in that since like the previous circle. So it's really now all the other teams finally crowding around this area that's been very firmly held by both these squads now. ONC currently a bit spread out, and Jeski got caught out in the middle of the street there. So 4 Samurai already pulling off good kills here, just off of their good positioning right now. YSA trying to snipe one onto Pusher It, can't really nail him down, even though he's trying to get across the road right now. GN as well, just making sure that the back line for their squad is also covered as well, because quite literally, no matter where you look on this circle right now, there's definitely enemies lurking in every nook and cranny. Whatever piece of cover they could find, these open ground, they're definitely trying to make use of it. ABH right now, JO getting completely dumpstered by multiple teams all around, and they find themselves in a very bad place out in the fields here. I think they really need to try to get the heck out of Dodge.
Blast also getting a point for his team. 4 Samurai now coming in from that western side. Might run straight into Charm Farmers, though. CF have been holding their spot for the longest time, and PNC again still kind of the central anchor of the entire safe zone. CF might have to get down and dirty pretty soon, with 4 Samurais really kind of slowly approaching them. Valis will kind of be that front line, but he's also on scouting duty. Meanwhile, off screen, Gascans taking on one call. We get the initial knockdown onto Trick. And 4 Samurais, unfortunately, they don't have the luxury of any houses, so kind of have to play that Highlands with that vegetation. So far, CF not able to do too much, but if you look at the southeastern side, that's why Gascans have been hovering all these times, and now they have a very clear space to walk forward.
Yeah, they do still have a couple of vehicles, so they're just going to be going 2 by 2. Though Nico's still trying to catch up the great shot there. They still are trying to use this hill as a bit of cover for now. But as soon as that circle, as soon as the next circle comes out, they're probably going to have to find another position. But at least this is going to be a good place for them to start with as they try to assess the situation here. So knowing that there's 2 complexes that's being held right now, one by PNC and one by Charm Farmers, it's imperative for all these teams that just on the edges of these circles to try to push those squads out of those compounds. But with the throwables being sent in, Trident Esports finding their progress very much hampered at this point by one call, who is very determined to try to kill them off right now, sending as many grenades as they can, just raining fire upon their foes here. One down already, only Snow is still left alive right now as another throwable gets sent his way. They will be able to finish one off. Snow now fighting for his dear life, but unfortunately nothing could end his last stand.
Basically a baby shower of grenade. Big Boy Maka runs around the corner but gets absolutely sprayed down by Luke. Gascans holding this spot very well, finally making it into that main fighting zone. Gascans slowly clearing out the building, and honestly might be kind of the last dance for Charm Farmers at this point. 2 more left for them in a completely separate building, knowing that they've basically lost a majority of the control over to Gascans. PNC in the meantime still holding on pretty strong, uncontested. The only team left out of the blue zone of the circle right now is One Call.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is that they're down to 2 members now and down to even 1 at this point because Nando has just been knocked down. So Trick is going to try to run away and probably try to save a little bit of time here. Fortunately, just kind of having to abandon his teammate a little bit, setting up some smokes and trying to find a better piece of cover. But right now, Gascans is certainly the class of the field here, having already peeled off 9 eliminations just from trying to creep towards the next spot. Now they Nando is going to be able to be revived here, so ONC still has another dog in this fight. They're still tied in points right now with 4 Samurais, but the problem is that while ONC has 2 members, 4 Samurai still has a full stack. Now, so does Gas, but Luke 12 has just caught a stray shot as they try to get onto Charm Farmers, so it's not going to be an easy progress for them getting onto this complex here. Panics has not moved from their spot at all, still covering their windows. ONC tries to make a move. Nando gets knocked down for the second time now. Trick, unfortunately, has to abandon him as he gets towards PNC's compound, only get cut down even before the vehicle reaches the compound.
A spray from left, right, and center. Gascans able to pick Luke back up. He actually knocked himself down with the vehicle. Greg looking for the second floor nade, actually gets caught by Q-Taxi in the process. Gascans getting a decent trade back as Luke will find that kill at Kumukao. It's gonna be shot from the back though, not much compounds gotta work with. Need to find a safe spot, so forced to enter that building, but the nade just sufficient to take out Ryu. So Gascans stay alive and they should be able to recover that fallen member to get back up to their feet with the entire squad. Panic still pretty much anchored in the center of the entire circle. We're gonna get a full squad showdown between 3 different teams.
Panic Esports really hit the jackpot here with like the complex they've held, because they have not required to move at all for the last 3 circles and have been making full use of that position to be part of like the final squads in this circle here. So right now they need to try to rack up the kills, because if they don't, they still may not be able to get a lot of value out of this position here. But frankly, with Gascans still having a lot of members on the ground, so is 4S, who are very slowly making their way up. In fact, just kind of sneaking their way towards Panic's complex right now until Suspect actually finds them through the window, gets a couple of knockdowns there. Now Dusky, he is going to be able to catch the stragglers as they try to make the assault done, and unfortunately loses, takes out 2 members of 4S's right now. Only GN is the last one standing. Molotovs are already being sent there by Gascans of all people, so now his situation has gone from bad to even worse.
Yeah, nothing much that Jay can do. And I mean, PNC just the spray down on that vehicle, just perfection. Just some GN getting hit by that nade from Nikos. We're down to both Oceania teams. Panic against Gascans. This is one of the best Mexican standoff, right? We are gonna get right down and dirty, right in the open. That's the center point of the final phase. Gascans with 12 kills, by the way. So with Chicken Dinner on top, they're going to get 22 points at the end of this, which is going to be monstrous for Gascans. But Panic, they've caught a couple of stragglers towards the very end. Gascans, the first team to move forward, setting up those smoke grenades. But there's going to be troubles coming up from Panic though. And Cherry catching Nikos from behind a haystack. They did not know where he was. Like Kigamuka trying to fight Cherry, but you do not challenge this mad lad. a 1 versus 2 scenario, and with all these smokes really set up, Gascans will find it pretty hard to retrieve their members, and Cherry, he is still fighting! Not able to take down Luke, but does wound him pretty severely, and Waikikamuka in the process has already been eliminated by suspects. Gascans forced to really stand their ground, but Greg Shots is also gone. Suspects picking up the pace, picking up the pieces set up by Cherry, and Panic Esports with the first winner chicken dinner to kick things off. Oceania on the board.
Wow, talk about patience! Really, it's such a virtue, you know, to really hold back and just basically wait for the right moment, and the right moment appeared for Panic just at the end of this match here, because what a fight they took against Gascans. I mean, Gascans had all the setup they needed, right? They sent out so many smokes, they already knew exactly how they wanted to approach, and they were doing it all at once. They were very aggressive in trying to overtake Panic's position, but they just didn't expect that the Cherry on top was going to be Cherry himself, eliminating many of these guys to try to make their way up, and that completely threw a wrench into Gascans' works. Well done here to Panic Esports, very deserving of this chicken dinner right now, and certainly we'll be seeing whether or not that'll be enough for them to be on par with Gascan's amazing run of eliminations on this round here, because I think it's going to be quite close between these two squads here on who's going to be on top after round number 1.
Yeah, just very and even when you look at previous results, Panic Esports is one of those few teams that is just so solid in those individual mechanics, and from the basics to how they move around the map. It feels that it's just so tough to punish Panic because of how aware they are. In that final sequence, you saw both Cherry and Suspect basically did majority of the hard work to get the chicken dinner, but obviously, you know, credits to Gascans, they have more than enough of eliminations to really match up the Panics, even though the Panic Esports, even though they didn't get the chicken dinner. At the end of the day, it is one of those few openings that I had in the back of my mind. I also had AAP to make top 4, but to see Panic and Gascans being the first 2 teams, I'm happy. This is kind of what I expected from some of these players.
Yeah, so that's certainly going to be making things very interesting from now on, because you know, Arkangel Predator, of course, is one of the more established teams here, getting shown up by some of these PUBG veterans from Oceania. So wow, this is going to be truly a battle to remember here, ladies and gentlemen, this Rumble Challenge. So make sure you guys stay tuned. There's still plenty more action to come after this, and of course it's going to be on the same map again on the Erangel. So let's see whether or not game plans will remain the same, or will they change according to the situation right now. But nevertheless, though, still a very exciting fight, and especially love the fact that, you know, PUBG PC is able to deliver these kind of like situations, mostly because like being stuck in the first person perspective means that generally most squads have very little information to go on. That's why sometimes you tend to see situations where like some squads will just make like a very daring move, but not realizing that there is actually a very dangerous move to make in the first place, and that's just a result of like just having very limited information, just really having to rely a lot more on like audio cues, on like just sort of like heuristic information to just figure out like what's going to be the safe path forward. But then sometimes especially when it comes down to it, you know, it comes down to how quickly these players are able to react immediately and just assess the situation. And these are kind of like skills that you know, as a PUBG player, not only allows you to reach the higher ranks, but especially for teams that are vying to get a global series, they need to be very good in all of these fundamentals here. And it really shows, I think, in some of these situations here, where some teams that you know, a lot more proactive, like Gascans, were able to just basically grab so much value from being able to get these eliminations. But Panic Esports really took the best opportunity here, given that they kind of lucked out in being able to take the complex quite in the middle of the circle for like 3 circles in a row. And when it came to the final fight, they really showed up onto Gascans and took them for quite a run for their money.
And this will be the match rankings, at least after game number 1. You can see the Gascans with that 13 eliminations and the chicken dinner just scraping by, is able to get that monstrous 19 total points. You can say the same for Panic Esports with that chicken dinner and 9 eliminations. They are able to tie it up with Gascans. So very impressive opening statement from these two teams. But Fall Samurai also able to survive for a significantly long period, alongside one call from the future as well. All these teams are kind of caught in that rat race towards the very end. But this ranking is kind of what I think I had in the back of my mind with a bit of that minor shuffle. AAP had a slower start, unfortunately, coming in number 8. But on this second page, I think PE also had a very, very rough start.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of rough starts actually, because like Starlight and Cicak Gaming even were quite involved in many fights, but we're really able to convert that into results here in terms of elimination points. So kind of disappointing for them. And yeah, right now, as it stands here, it seems like it's going to be a very close fight for the Oceanic teams, though, because Panic Esports and Gascans, I mean, Gascans, they, even though they technically have the lead there because they had more eliminations, but somehow Panic Esports, by taking both the chicken dinner and eliminating Gascans at the final fight, were able to tie up the points now, which means that, it's still anyone's kind of like lead here at this point. Anyone can basically take the lead is what I mean here. So a very exciting development here. I mean, now I'm even more stoked to see what will happen in round number 2 when everyone comes back on Erangel once more, most likely in a different flight path, different circle situation. So will Panic be able to make lightning strike twice again by finding themselves in a very fortuitous position, or will they have to be a lot more proactive, kind of like how Gascans were, just picking up kills as they maneuver from safe zone to safe zone and being very successful in that regard. So if they're able to pull off that same level of gameplay, I think we're going to be in for a very tight series here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think there's always been this I wouldn't say unspoken fact, but a lot of people can kind of see Oceania in PUBG. When we talk about this region, right, the Pacific, SCA and Oceania, the Australians has always been incredibly dominating in a sense. And you have Philippines or maybe Indonesia coming in close. That has always been a tough fight. But yeah, we look at some of these veterans, from Oceania, Gascans and Panic. With this opening, you can kind of see how they approach this game. Even from back then, some of these members from Gascans, they have been known to be a little bit more on that aggressive end. Wakikamuka is one of it. He has been basically a standard veteran from the Oceania PUBG scene. He's been around as long as I can remember. When I first did PUBG, he was already there, and even that time, they were one of the strongest teams in the entire region. And now with PNC, just a more meticulous team and how they handle the entire game one. I want to see more of these two. I want to see kind of that clash of personality.
Exactly, and it's great to see that these players have strived on in this game, even though it's like PUBG. Quite frankly, has this kind of ups and downs, especially in the competitive scene here in Asia and Oceania in large. It's great to see that a lot of these PC players are still, still very dedicated to the game and still have plenty of skills to show for it. And with this situation right now, where whoever is going to be on top of the board will immediately qualify to the Global Series. I mean, they're definitely making themselves a very good case right now why they should deserve that spot here. So let's see if that's going to hold for the rest of the Rumble Challenge. But I've got to say, very impressed by what I'm seeing so far.
Very, very exciting. I think when we look at this game number 2, we're back onto Erangel, so you do have that one more chance. And to be very fair to the situation of match number 1, we do have this very brutal circle from the very beginning, right? We get that very southern circle that encompasses the Sosnovka Island, and afterwards it started moving northwards. So I think when we see that change in the circle in match number 2, and hopefully that's going to be the case, we get a less brutal one. Maybe a lot of these teams will be able to do a bit more. You get a slower game in the first 10 to 15 minutes, especially that first phase where normally you should be expecting more of that looting, more of that slower rotation. But if we get those dangerous circles, then we'll kind of force these teams to have the tendency to fight a bit more. So with that being said, the second map, a lot to be desired. The flight path almost the same from the west to southeast, more towards the northern side of the map. So we'll see again another uneven distribution that favors the southern side. I just hope that the first circle isn't as brutal as the last one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already seeing kind of like echoes of what happened in round number 1 right now, but as far as you can see, Gascans very bravely just going to the northern side, so they're just straight up going towards Severny and just want to try to hold that spot there and see where this next circle comes up, and just kind of sweep from the edge of the island all the way towards the center, which is going to track quite well with what they've done in round 1 right now. AAP have taken like the western side here. They're going to be finding themselves back in battles again with One Call as well as EXO Clan. Ooh, what the heck? The circle is going all the way to the eastern side with like half of it being in the water. Wow, this is shaping up to be a very disruptive situation right now for a lot of teams, especially the ones who didn't drop on the western side. Nevertheless, it's going to be interesting to see where we'll go from here, because right now PNC is stuck in a bit of a situation right now with from the future, because they just kind of like bumped into each other here, and I think they just lost one of their own.
Yeah, and unfortunately, right off the bat, you already get panic. With that game 1 chicken dinner, and now having that rougher start in the second games, it's going to be a rather slower overall match for them. But nothing they can handle. Based on history, this is a team that has been able to really hold their ground. You do not want to kind of have these early knockouts, unfortunately. We'll see how that unfolds. But overall, I think we still get a pretty interesting circle for match number 2. With that being said, the traveling, at least we're not seeing that choke point that demands that soft knockout island. So I think teams will be less worried. Though we can expect some squad like One Call, PE, maybe Arkangel Predator, or maybe even Panic that would make that early rotation just to gain an early spot in that eastern side. So far, teams just gonna take it slower than they do in match 1.
Well, to be fair, even match 1 at this stage was quite relatively slow. It was only like a few random encounters where we were able to get a bit of action, and honestly, I'm not really expecting to see much action in the first few phases here of this match. Nevertheless, though, we did see Action PH just moving quite close to where Cicak Gaming is, so there might be even an opportunity for an encounter, but I don't think either team wants to be able to taking a fight right now, especially this early into the game, when they could rather be spending the time trying to find a better place to try to defend, or rather to try to get to. Nevertheless, for all the other squads, there is still plenty of time right now to farm. Only that they have to figure out how exactly they want to try to make their approach to the western side. I think, if I recall correctly, with Gascans being closest to Sevastopol, they should be able to have a relatively easy path. Just maybe had to cut through a couple of squads, I think, to get to this next safe zone here. Nevertheless, Cicak Gaming looks like they are going to be headed towards more or less where Panic might be set up right now. So they're still kind of on the prowl here to find another complex to try to loot and see if they can get even better weaponry to shape up for the next phase of the fights.
And Pintadoes also going to start skirting on the corners. This is what I did point out early on. I think Pintadoes will be one of those teams that try to make those early push into that safe zone. That's what they attempted to do in the previous game. TD, I just found Hugh Casey, unfortunately. So that's going to be the first member from the side of Charm Farmers getting eliminated from the future. FTF just having a good elevation, and Charm Farmers driving by with the convoy, not really serving them well. A lot of info review over to FTF, and it's just so unfortunate that their recon squad face elimination. And APH, they're chasing after Panic. This might be catastrophe for Panic, but Dusky holding on so far. Pibby also chipping in. They thin the members down from the side of APH down to 3, an even playing field. And Panic doing a fantastic job in stemming the bleeding.
Yeah, this is a very, very tight situation here, and you even got like Pintadoes Esports moving in from the north side. So if there are even more fire being sent out here, they might even find themselves being third party very quickly. But Rudavin is making things very difficult right now for Panics here because they're making it. He's actually pushing them all the way up to the second floor now. So they're gonna try to use this high ground to advantage. Cherry's now trying to make a break for it right here, but Milla is taking fire at the same time, so he's not able to hold fire. Just continue to spray down the car. He's gonna have to move position as well. Jo is going to try to snipe through the windows here, not able to take down a member of PNC. He's going to have to find another angular approach, and then now PE has moved on to From the Future here. So there's two separate fights happening right now. PE now trying to get onto From the Future here to try to take away the kills.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade so far. TD getting taken now, but man, doing a great job on the silent. Now it's gonna be a two-man push, man! Oh, holds the fort! From the Future stays alive, and PE just completely collapses.
Yeah, wow, that was a very, very good fight there for From the Future. But nevertheless, though, what we're seeing here is EXO Clan getting caught out in the road here. In fact, Squeakita is being revived by Kang, will be revived here under the cover of smoke. But who is it shooting upon them? Is Arkangel Predator is here, shooting from the hills. Even though it's a member of EXO Clan just down the other side of this hill here, trying to fight against Agent Bots. He just spotted. And here he's gonna sneak up there. Finally gonna open fire. Doesn't get a kill on time. No. Oh no. That was a perfect setup there, but now he's completely squandered his chance. Agent Bot's now trying to take the last strangler, which is going to be Kang, trying to get the snipe, trying to get the spray. Doesn't get any single hits there onto the last surviving member of EXO Clan.
If you're M, you are just lucky that you didn't get eliminated, but that might be a reality pretty soon though. Oh boy, you're missing the golden opportunity, and Rain. You see this? His head popped out first. Just the elevation. Disaster for EXO. And he gathered so much intel in the process as well. AAP basically teetering on the plank of life and death. Walks away with 2 eliminations in the process. You could not have asked more for them.
Yep, could not ask more for that. And I mean, again, Ent definitely dropped the ball there, because if he was able to get the first kill done, he could have easily turned that fight around there for EXO. But sadly, that was not meant to be. Gascans, in the meantime, still making their roam. Still haven't really found any good encounters yet. So far, they've been staying out of trouble, which certainly makes sense for their end, because for one, knowing that they are in the lead of the board here, doesn't make sense for them to try to throw it all away, just trying to get some extra points. This next circle, again, full of water here, so we really only have like half of this circle that's full of land, that is allowing these teams to be very crowded with each other. So I'm expecting to see this becoming the sort of like the culling really of some of the lower teams here. And right now it's just going to be a matter of like making sure that you can survive to this next phase here, because it's going to be very, very difficult with everyone just crowding around to the coast here. So right now, who else is going to be joining in the fight? For Piggies trying to make their way there. They so far have not even gotten a single point in round number 1. Now they're trying to see if they can get at least some points in round number 2 here. Edmonton might actually run into Gascans very soon, but I don't think he's aware that they are set up on the hill there. He's in fact going to be running straight into fire, and from the fire into the frying pan right now for Abaddon, because he is going to be the first one taken down.
A lot of recon info for Piggies. Looking for them to really make use of this intel. Everton just getting ran over by Gascans. Just unfortunate. But for Piggies, they do have the high ground control, and choosing to back off, definitely the better choice, the better decision in this scenario. We also got a glimpse of Panic Esports just now, that they are down to just 2 men. EXO, on the other hand, after that early disaster, also left with 2, just cruising through the blue. Very, very late rotation. Probably the team that is going to be the last to reach any compound, but they were able to get a truck in the process, so an extra means of transport.
Getting a truck will be a lot more like, I mean, again, the buggy may be a bit faster, but like the gas gives you a little bit more cover, or relatively more cover. It's still quite easy for a very skilled player to spray you down, even from a distance. But nevertheless, though, well, at least they have some options when it comes to maneuverability. Some shots being sent out to by Jo here from Action PH as they try to keep this fight going here in the center. Charm Farmers as well, trying to get some fire to gas. So is PNC. And Aura is just moving in moving into the circle. Has picked up one of the crates right now. In fact, they're going to be fighting TNX for it at this point. ONC on call is also moving in from the mansion side, and looks like TNX is going to find themselves pinstered as a result here because ONC fighting from the back here, and then Aura just kind of penetrating their front line. It's making it quite hard for them to hold their own. Arkangel Predators also has just got themselves into the circle now, trying to assess the situation. The only team as closest as them right now are Gascans, but they have literally a mountain between the two of them, so that's keeping them very much out of cover right now. Tenax in the meantime, looks like Lucid Freak is able to get a kill onto Jetski from ONC, as ONC actually tries to wrap around TNX and try to find another fight, but unfortunately gets fired upon by 4 samurais right now, so they find themselves very much in the thick of battle here on the south side of the circle.
ONC, you gotta pick a fight right now because FTF is going to be the next one in front of them, and just so many teams that have caught wind of ONC because they are just traveling in the battlefield in the middle of it. Aurora, on the other hand, fighting Tenax shoehorns, getting juiced. Tenax off to a great start with Aurora, just not having the members to be close enough to provide any sort of meaningful backup. So you gotta really wonder what was Aurora's plan. Worry about a late rotation probably, but there won't be any teams from behind anymore. All these teams are already in. The latest one is probably going to be EXO, who will be coming in from the north side anyways. One call now, back out in the open from the future, actually has a recon right out, and that guy's KDR.
Yeah, from the future, in fact, already has a complex to work with here in this circle, so that's actually going to give them a lot of advantages this round here, because it's a very tight-knit complex, which means it's not going to be easy necessarily to fight in the middle of it, but conversely, it can be very easily surrounded should other squads decide to kind of gang up on them at once, which seems a bit unlikely at this point. Nevertheless, Aura having still stuck in this fight, I think, with TNX. With TNX right now having gotten the better of them really at this point, having already gotten 2 eliminations so far. Starlight is also just moved into the edge of this next circle right now, and they seem to have found a good complex to start off with, though by the time this next phase kicks off, they will likely have to move again. But at least for now, they don't really have too much pressure to worry about, unlike teams like Panic Esports. Definitely in a bit of a panic right now with 2 members already down and still stuck in this fight with Action PH.
Yeah, he has plenty of ammo for the SLR just to keep doing those jiggle pot shots. Action PH being really patient with this. I do like the discipline. There's no need for them to pick a fight. I mean, if Panic leaves the compound, they're gonna get completely crushed from multiple ends. So this is APH's fight to lose. It's not that hard to flush out Panic. For Piggy is also firing down Cicak Gaming, who is going to go for the long rotation. But this circle, and if you just pay attention on the radar, EXO's efforts have finally paid off. They are right in the center of things, right on the edge of the cliff as well. So this is from this point onwards, this is the last stand for a lot of these teams. Panic just completely pressured. They want to move away, but this timing is completely treacherous if they move right now. Pibby, you cannot drive out. SL is passing through. And Pibby, he's going to be the first one to kind of sacrifice everything to scout, but he's going to come under fire from Starlight. Pibby might not make it out of this alive. And to make it worse, Gascans, Aurora, they are all firing at that one Pibby vehicle. This convoy is going to crash and burn, leaving Dusky to be all alone to face off against the rest of APH. Just very tough times right now for Panic.
Well, the good news for him at least is that Starlight as well as Aurora has moved onto the scene as well, so there's even more targets for everyone to shoot at, which may allow him to kind of escape through the chaos. Squeakita has already taken some hot shots here onto Starlight, who are slipping past right now, and EXO is going to have to make full use of this great position that has been delivered here to try to survive to this next circle. Big Boy Maka trying to take some good shots there onto Starlight, finding them in a very awkward angle here, but but I don't think there's going to be enough damage done from his end. Meantime, Action PH now still stuck in this fight here with PNC. PNC quite literally still only has 2 members, but has still been able to hold back APH for quite a long time now, and it seems like if Dusky can keep this up, he might actually be able to keep them. I'd say that, but he has just been knocked down just before he switched off from there. Gascans in the meantime getting some good kills onto Trident, and it looks like they already cut them down into half now, as Milla has to try to run away, but he might run into the clutches of Starlight there if he's not too careful, so he instead turns around now trying to get towards the complex that unfortunately is still being held by Charm Farmers, with Big Boy Maka still up on that edge of the cliff there. Shots already being fired from Starlight's side, so I think they might already been informed, at least Big Boy Maka should know by now that there's someone trying to approach him from the cliffside. 4 Piggies as well also find themselves in this no man land, actually going to wander straight into Trident Esports there, and they will get taken down. A good throw there from the top line, from the bottom here. Starlight will be able to take down the rest of Trident, and now Charm Farmers can continue their onslaught onto Starlight.
Yeah, just a very unlucky spot to be in. Circle still again. Pivy, the last guy alive for Panic. APH, after taking care of Dusky, just runs straight into a firing squad. Gascans, and from the future, just relentless. This is a chance for PV to get revenge though. If Jo keeps driving into PV, might see him, and yes. By the hands of Gascans, PV also perishes. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. I guess PV happy that he got a bit of that vengeance for justice for his team. Panic Esports out. Arkangel Predator in the meantime got rid of EXO, and Evil Patrick should be able to get rescued in the process. So AAP keeps the entire squad alive.
Maybe, but then like Alec is right now caught up to where Cicak Gaming is. So he's going to have to try to run away, but there's not really any way for him to run. He doesn't even have a vehicle access here, so he might even be the one to kind of like take it for his team here and leave them as a 3-man squad for the rest of this, unless he can somehow sneak away from Cicak Gaming, but they're already taking onto the high ground, so no matter what he does right now, it's very, very hard for him to get away. But look at that. He'd set up a Molotov on a balcony so that he can try to sneak through the walls there. He's already got up to the shack, and I don't think Cicak Gaming has been able to keep track of his position here, so if he plays his cards right, he might be able to slip away in the nick of time. In the meantime, Gascans finds one of the members of 4 Samurai, Murayama, and has already cut him down. Now trying to get onto his teammate there. Good snipe there. He's already taken another one down onto 4 Samurais. They're already hurting here very much. YSA will be finished off there by Gascans with his at Mark 12. But right now, Gascans are certainly living up to their potential right now. 9 points in total. This point tidying up with From the Future.
Yeah, Gascans just continuing that aggression that you love. Tenax coming under assault as well from the future. Getting the initial tag and just multiple smoke grenades just to cover M0. But no, man! From behind, real steals M0 away! Oh man, Tenax could not catch a break, and now they are completely trapped. The little building. The Asma panicking right now. Uh-oh, from afar is Gascans. They are circling around this compound like a school of sharks, and 4 Samurai actually taking the brunt of a couple of shots from Aspa. This is just, you know, a triangle situation. Everyone is fighting each other.
Yeah, it's not a love triangle, it's more of like a death triangle if you think about it. But really, the squads that is still on full right now is AAP, Arkangel Predators, Gascans, as well as From the Future. Most of the other squads is down to only 3 or 2. Oh, Starlight also has 4 members, but it's still stuck, I think, out on the beach here. Finally made the way to the cliffside where Charm Farmers are and attempting to try to assault their complex, but the blue zone is already creeping in onto where Charm Farmers' own building, so I think they only have maybe a percentage of that building left to work with. Yep, Ryu is still safe in his window right now, but Big Boy Maka had to fall all the way back and try to hold the line against TNX is also creeping up on them at the same time. So they're finding themselves locked into a 2-pronged battle that is Charm Farmers right now. Gascans in the meantime still taking position over this hill that they very firmly have control over, and they're just kind of monitoring that fight that's happening across the lower lands to them right now. Not really really making a proactive moves because there's not really any other teams putting pressure on them at this point. Big Boy Maka is still trying to find some good base of fire here, but still not able to push off neither Starlight nor TNX. And we also got From the Future taking a bit of fire from the north side, so they may be a bit tied up at this point. So that might be a bit of good news here for the Charm Farmers. Tenax in the meantime still very much stuck in this very, very awkward position here. Definitely the one with the most awkward situation actually is for Samurais, because they both stuck inside a single shack out in the middle of no man's land. Alec now still not able to pull away from Cicak Gamers, but still kind of staying out of sight and out of harm's way for now. 10x getting a spray onto Maka, not able to knock him down quite yet. Switches a sniper rifle, does a lot of damage, but not able to knock him down before he slips away from view.
Yeah, just Big Boy Maka straight road to to safety. Well, at least for now, Gascans. Oh, once they get their sights on you, it is very, very difficult to get away from that, to break free from that. FTF, Tenax, Cicak Gaming, AAP, they all engage with each other, and Greg Shaw just has such a clear view. Tenax right down the hill, right in the solution PH. And Aspa, he is out last this stage of Tenax, no more. And Starlight continuing to play this guerrilla warfare, and it is working out very, very well for them. Cicak Gaming, on the other hand, deciding that it's not worth investing so much into AAP. They need to get into the circle. Arkangel Predator just pelting them from afar. Can you at least get something in return though for AAP? Seems like can't really do too much. Trying to damage the vehicle of Cicak Gaming. Couple of tags, couple of sharp nose, and actually catching Super League by the courtesy of Gascans again. Just so good with all these long range shots. Not on the other hand, finally returning it onto Gascans, but Cicak Gaming in the meantime completely dispatched by AAP.
Oh man, that's devastating there for Gascans because it's got cut down by half. If they're kind of going to revive, in fact, they got one more cut down here from the future as well, taking a lot of fire here from four Samurais as well as Starlight. So they are not quite in a safe position now. They're down to last member standing at this point, and from the future now desperate to try to hold on to this position here. It seems to kind of bite them now because now they're forced out into the open there with the smoke only for cover, and AAP moving on to the rest of Gascans, trying to take out the survivors here and trying to flush out the last member, but then Gascans is still able to revive at least one more, so there's still a two-man squad at least at this point. Big Boy Maka now finally meeting his end at the hands of Evil Patrick, who is very much having his attention split right now between several squads who have already appeared on the hills here. No less AAP, who still has a four-man squad, pretty much the only one besides Starlight to have a full squad at this point. Evil Patrick now keeping an eye on the two members of CF. There's still remaining. Gets another knockdown onto Invins. Ryu is the last man standing right now for Charm Farmers. Can he still hang on for dear life though? They're still very much out in the open, and Starlight is also in the position there to try to keep pressure on them. I don't think it'll be long for this world.
Yeah, Gascans, they're down to just two members. Thankfully, they were able to at least save Nikos, but I think Luke is going to get hung out to dry at this stage. He is right out in the open. Arkangel Predator completely surrounding the members of Gascans at this point. And Gascans having to move away from the trench that they were in. They used that smoke grenade to create a bit of diversion, but they moved towards that right side just because it's further from the circle. Algin bots. Oh, don't do this. That nade right onto Nikos. Gascans down to just one. Can Nikos get assisted? It seems like that is not going to be a reality anytime soon. Luke wants to help. Gregshot is still there, up and running, so they give away Nikos, but they get Luke back up. So Gascans kind of juggling their members at this point.
Yeah, very, very difficult situation here because there's not really any cover other than trees or the slight in the elevation differences here. And AAP certainly is trying to take the high ground here clearly by taking over Gascan's former position, and now that's forcing them to try to fight out in the open. Agent Bot's now sending another grenade down the path of Luke there. That's going to be quite a close hit, and another follow-up shot coming in from Solution will be able to finish off the last two members of Gascans, so they will be eliminated in 5th place. So 4 still remain. AAP and Starlight still having a full stack. Charm Farmers still having 2 people. From the Future having 1 solo survivor right now. But Charm Farmers right now caught in the worst situation here because they're surrounded by both ends from 2 full stacks, and looks like they are going to be pretty much shot at as target practice right now for both of the top squads.
Starlight still barely kind of surviving, at least, you know, full squad alive. They get Hachi back up. Need a bit of time to recuperate themselves. AAP, on the other hand, also 4-man strong. The last man alive, Simoy, familiar with some of these names that he's fighting. He has also one of the few standing members that has been around for such a long time. Right now under FTF, can he hold on for as long as possible? It's gonna be a tough one though. He is right out in the middle, and the circle does not favor him at all. And this is a kind of like the toughest part where you just can't afford to make a move. Starlight have gotten the entire southeastern side control, and they even have a member that's staying outside of the circle just to play that long range support fire. But of course, SL will be the first one to kind of slowly inch into the safe zone. They even have that supply crate to help them out.
Yeah, the supply crate literally landed right in onto Starlight's doorstep here. So will they be able to make use of that? Actually, in fact, they could. Benefit a lot from just having the added armor and maybe even a ghillie suit. Hachi is going to be picking up whatever he can from there before finally moving out of the way there. I also noticed that the final member, FTF, he's stuck inside a shack that currently is outside of this next safe zone. I wonder if Starlight's members are going to be making their way to that shack there, because that could be potential for FTF to at least gain one elimination point here in consolation, despite not being able to make it to the final fight here. But nevertheless, AAP is still scanning the horizons, making sure to check every single movement that's being made by Starlight's squad. But they're very well spread out to the point that AAP will have no doubt their hands full, really trying to collect as much information as they can about the positioning of their opponents right now. And especially knowing that there's still a member FTF like hidden somewhere on this map here, that's also adding to the tension right now between both these squads, which is why they're not really daring to be that aggressive at this point. So they're still waiting for this next circle to finally shape up this the terms of this final fight here. Alex still bravely actually standing up on the high ground here. Now going to be trying to set up some smokes towards this the next circle, so they know that it's all about the setup now for this final phase here, ladies and gentlemen. So AAP already is trying to take a lot of positions near the center of this next circle here in anticipation for the fight. Oh, and as I say that, Alec managed to find the last member from the future, C1 Moy, and finally takes him down, making this straight up one-on-one fight here between Arkangel Predators and Starlight.
Starlight already engaging solutions, holding the fort, anchoring down in the open field. They get a 1-for-1 trade though. Nan was able to respond with a nade. Looking for any sort of backup though. They want to get rid of solutions. First, Evil Patrick catching 9 on the side, and now it's going to give them some space to get 9 back, to get Aljin Boss back up. 9 will heal himself, and 9 also gets picked back up as well. Evil Patrick throwing that flash. Bit of a scare though. It does reset that revive temp from the side of Hachi. So Solutions PS can wait a bit longer. Right in the open, Alex gonna get a couple of free shots in. Hachi looking for a response, but oh, he's hit a bit exposed. Bullet drop is right there. 9 also cannot get rid of Alex. It feels like things are falling apart, and it does. Completely shattered by Arkangel Predator. The Filipinos put one on the board. Chicken dinner in the second match.
Chicken dinner indeed. Well done to Arkangel Predator. Even though the first round was a slight disappointment, they came back again to remind everyone that there's still going to be a huge factor in this competition here. So, now that they've already taken the second chicken dinner, this is now shaping up to be a very exciting series here, because we got not 1, not 2, but we got 3 potential competitors for that slot to the Global Series, as well as the Asia Super Cup. So this is going to be exciting, especially for the Arkangel fans out there, who no doubt will be rooting for right now what appears to be the best Filipino squad in this competition right now.
Yeah, it's very just an performance that we were looking for from the very get-go. Game number 1, not really the best. Arkangel Predator had a very, very slow start, but its recovery is very, very nice to see. And even from way back then, Arkangel Predator has always been in the front page when it comes down to PUBG and in any tournaments that they play in. So it's great to see that Arkangel Predator were able to be so composed towards the very end. And a lot of credit is just given over to Evil Patrick. This guy has been a long-standing member of the roster, and now he still is one of the core of Arkangel Predator, and you can just see that veterancy shine through when they need it the most.
Indeed. So, 2 rounds already done. That means that we've pretty much completed all our rounds we're going to be playing on Arkangel here. So up next is going to be the round on Miramar, the first of 3 rounds we'll be playing here today. So a whole new battlefield means that, it's going to be a whole new toss-up, I think, for these teams here. I mean, certainly the experience for some of these Oceanic teams will certainly help out a lot. The competitive nature of Arkangel means that they will still try to perform their very best regardless of which map they're going to be playing on, whether it's Arkangel or Miramar. And even though they had sort of like a slow start in the first match, with them having picked up the chicken dinner in match number 2, I would say that morale should be pretty high for Arkangel Predator right about now. So this is going to be a team to watch out for when we move on to this next phase of this day number 1 of the Challenger Rumble.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, with Arkangel aside, we've seen the litmus test results. It's my favorite part right now. Miramar, and I think, in game 1 we saw, in game 1 and 2, we saw how some of these teams really prioritize making those early map movements, and it's one of those factors that is very, very crucial when it comes to a map like Miramar. It's a map without any bodies of water, so you're not too worried about having parts of the map cut off thanks to a rogue circle. But that also means that with so much less cover and vehicles being basically pivotal to traversing around that terrain, you can expect teams like Starlight, to a certain extent I think Pintadoes as well, to play kind of those gatekeepers, action PH, you want to hide in those mountains and get these straight kills. That could be a possibility. But if we're talking about teams from other regions, I would say Cicak Gaming from Indonesia has a tendency to do that. Gascans from Oceania definitely have a tendency to do that.
Indeed, and it's yeah, I mean, again, I really want to see how these teams continue to adapt and evolve as this day progresses here. But just looking back at some of the fights we've had, actually, the one think about it, that's actually quite a decent amount of action that happened in this round itself alone. So it just kind of made it feel a lot longer than it should be, just because it's just so much happening at once. I mean, a lot of these teams, I mean, there's also the circumstance of the circle itself. It was a very crowded circles because not a lot of land mass left, even in the first phase of the circle. So naturally, a lot of these teams had to kind of crowd around, and we're finding that the teams that have extremely skilled throwers are certainly making a lot of bang for buck. I mean, there's the situation here that we saw with Gascans versus Arkangel Predator. We also saw like Tenax, getting completely slaughtered because of a very good grenade throw. So nevertheless, after 2 rounds right now, this is where the points stand here. Arkangel Predator take the top spot right now with a single chicken dinner, as well as 16 elimination points, making it a total of 26 for them, way ahead of From the Future here, who only managed to muster up a total of 17 there, with only 5 placement points to their name, despite having taken 12 eliminations. Gascans have been able to keep up somewhat with the rest, but have unfortunately been cut down quite early on, so they weren't able to participate in the final fight, so they were only able to gain maybe another couple of points here. Starlight as well has made a massive amount of progress here. They managed to get themselves ahead of Charm Farmers, in spite of them having similar elimination points. So I mean, it's still very much a very dominant region here, the Oceanic teams. But now that we see, now that we see the full update here, so Gascans in total now with 23 eliminations will have 32 to their name, and that's going to allow them to still remain on the top here compared to Arkangel Predators by 3 points. And that's going to keep them very much in the lead right now, even though they haven't yet picked up a chicken dinner.
Yeah, and Gascans is just, it's just one of those teams that is just incredibly aggressive, right? I mean, look at them. They have the highest elimination points so far, 23 out of 2 rounds. So you get an average of 12 eliminations per round. And then you look at their placement points, it's only 9 in total. So these guys might not finish, top of the leaderboard every time, but they are making up for it in terms of these eliminations. It's a very, very scary team to go up against, very, very opportunistic. I want to quickly say that, One Call is having a rough opening. I think this is not where I expect One Call to be by the end of round 2. I was looking at them in the first page, but I can also say the same for PE. It's also a team that has members that were previously from Arkangel Predator that previously played with people like Evo Patrick and CJ right now in PE, just not able to find his footing just yet in the first 2 matches. So hopefully when we move on to Miramar, we're going to see a bit more of a PE.
Yeah, hopefully, maybe some of these teams will be a little bit stronger on Miramar. We can only hope so there. But then, at least for the teams that are still on the top rung of the ladder there, they're showing lots of consistency right now across these 2 batches. So that's already shaping up for them to be the teams to beat right now. Specifically Gascans, Arkangel Predator, Panic Esports. So, like, right now, we want to see how these teams will be able to handle once the environment has changed completely here when we go onto Miramar. And naturally, with Miramar itself being a much bigger, rather a lot of more area to cover compared to Wrangell, there's not really a lot of water except for the southern side of that map. So hopefully the next circle will be a little bit more forgiving this time around, because I feel like the last 2 circles we got so far have been very much throwing people for a loop here, which it's great for a bit of a toss-up, but I think for these teams, they would much rather have a more standard round of PUBG, as it were. But I digress, though. Well, it's certainly shaping up to be a very exciting competition, nevertheless.
Oh yeah, this region has always been one of the more volatile ones. I'm just happy that we get to witness this. I think it's been quite a while since we were able to spotlight our regions in the brightest of our regions, and in this case, in the Challenger Rumbles, when we look at how these first 2 matches have gone. Clearly, there are a couple of pack leaders, but that's also because we have really brutal rope save zones for the first 2 maps. Both of them really force the hands of a lot of these teams early. Again, Miramar, I think it will really shake things up a bit more emphasis on those rotations, more emphasis on the macro stance of the game, but also more emphasis on how some of these teams who are already very aggressive take advantage of what they're good at. So Miramar, my favorite map. I'm looking forward to it.
Here we go to the desert plains. That is Miramar right now, having a look over the casino water tower complex here. Right now, again, I really want to see these the top 3 teams right now on the leaderboard, how they will adapt to this map here. Will they still have like a good run of luck, like kind of what Panic Esports as well as Gascans has been able to capitalize on, or are they going to be able to formulate a completely different game plan here for Miramar? Knowing that Gascans loves to be proactive, that they love to roam and find eliminations, I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of hit the ground running by picking up vehicles early on and start roaming from complex to complex to not necessarily find a loot, but to actually find even more kill points, because by rights they do have quite a solid sort of like level of skill right now, I have to say, compared to a lot of the other teams here. So I would say that if they can continue to be that consistent on Miramar as they were with Erangel, we definitely will have like a very clear favorite for the Rumble Challenge right now in day number 1.
Oh, absolutely. And I think at the same time, it's also looking at some of these teams who did qualify but have been struggling for the first 2 matches. I think Tenax is one of the few teams that were just caught in very, very bad situations. Cicak Gaming, to a certain extent, also went through that. Another round where we just have this northern flight path. It's a bit more one-sided. It's a very, very wide southern territory to conquer. I like when I say that there's no body of water on Miramar, but there's definitely lesser, right? The tendency of you getting a rogue circle is definitely not as prevalent, I would say. But at the end of the day, I think when we see how some of these teams have really gone through kind of your protocols for the first two games, it's very evident that for Gascans, it's all about picking off stragglers, right? You keep topping up the resources, you keep leveling, you keep upgrading what you already have and making sure that you never run out of gas. Whereas for teams like Piggies Esports, it's more about getting that early anchor spot and holding off, these waves of attack for as long as possible.
Yeah, but Panic's. I mean, to do Panic style gameplay, quite literally requires a lot of luck because what really helped Panic a lot in that first map was the fact that they didn't have to move for like 3 circles in a row, so that kind of allowed them to dig in their heels very deeply on the area until the final fight really. So we'll see if they can actually adapt to other ways of playing, especially if the situation doesn't allow them to be so. Now this next circle is actually going to land on top of where Charm Farmers is, and they're in the middle right now together with what seems to be 4 Samurais as well in the center of this next safe zone here. So Charm Farmers, again, it's another team that, even though they weren't really that disappointing, they certainly weren't part of a lot of the late game fights here in the last 2 rounds. So maybe this might be the stroke of luck that will allow them to turn that fortunes around. We'll have to see. In the meantime, Action PH still going for that farm. 4 Piggies right now taking a farm right next to where Starlight is. Starlight is certainly going to be another team to watch out for, because just like Charm Farmers, they haven't exactly had luck on their side quite yet. But I think if things come together for Starlight, they could potentially be another team to vie for the chicken dinner. Here comes from the future, a bit of an unexpected player in that final fight for the last map there, especially with a final member, C1 Moy, being able to stay alive for a very fairly good amount of time there, being able to put them at least third in terms of placement points. Arkangel Predator, still fresh off of that win in the second match here, are going to be looking to try to get another one here to at least be able to get a solid lead over Gascans, and that's certainly going to be kind of like the running theme, I think, for the rest of the day here, because both of those squads seem to be very strong and very much capable of taking on one another in terms of playtime strategy. So I really want to see if they are going to end up having a final showdown between the two for the chicken dinner eventually, sometime during this Rumble Challenge.
Yeah, I think along the lines of that, it's also one of those few. It's also kind of like the environment that you're looking at. For example, when we take a look at how some of these teams have kind of really performed based on kind of that 2022 performance, you can really see those front runners, here and there. We kind of gone through this even before game number 1, where you have certain big names with certain really familiar veterans, from the Philippines. We've gone through that. We've gone through a bit of that from Oceania, and this is why we're seeing some of these pack leads. Gascans has been the forefront of our conversations whenever we talk about how they might not have been getting kind of the chicken dinner that you're looking for, but they are really, really dominant in really securing these consistent rounds. Being in the lead right now, I think, does put them in a very, very comfortable spot. We do have 4 days of just sheer, unadulterated action. And in this case, you are looking for some of these teams to really continue power driving their momentum into the ground and seeing that if they can keep that tempo going.
Mm-hmm. So far, tempo seems to be at a very low BPM right now. Teams are mostly quite spread out, and there's not quite a lot of chance for encounters, especially this early phase. Though we already see some of these teams securing very important points on the map right now. We got Pintadoes Esports here, just taking this high ground next to a rock. We got On Call still on the roam on a convoy on the road right now, making the way towards what seems actually they are in, I think, the circle right now. So I think they're trying to find a good complex to set up a base of defense from, to wait to see what the next phase is going to bring. And in fact, that next phase is going to be coming very soon, because now the blue zone is going to be creeping in here. So phase 1 is about to come to a close here. Hopefully these teams will have already picked up what they need here. In fact, Pintadoes Esports catching a little bit of a fight right now with Charm Farmers.
Just minor exchange of gunfire. It's a classic Burama stuff. Honestly, I think, you know, with this first phase, gotta who that thought Aurora. PRDX finding himself right in the forefront, and they coming through would have been just catching the timing a bit better. PRDX with its pants down, completely surrender. I think the rest of Aurora forced to reposition. PRDX first to go. Jumbi also gotta stand his ground right now. Senti has the nade out. Jumbi completely flash, can't turn around in time. Senti just finding that opening. 2 points from the get-go. Aurora suffering heavy damage.
Yeah, that's not going to bode well for the chances for the rest of this phase here. But nevertheless, with still 2 members quite far away from this fight, they can easily peel away without taking any more losses. So very much trying to mitigate the situation right now. For Samurai, in the meantime, taking some shots as well from a distance. They had spotted Action PH there. In fact, they spotted one member scouting out, and now he's found the main squad still in the other complex here. So just relaying all that information back to his squad, they at least know, at least keeping tabs on one of their rivals here in this competition. Gascans look like Nikos spots out EXO Clan trying to make a break across the desert right now, Mad Max style, and Nikos is going to be like the Sand Hunters right now, trying to get some pot shots, and actually does put a bit of damage there, forcing EXO Clan right now to exfil out of the complex. Oh, AMPT taking a lot of damage there for Gascans' great shot as they continue to rain lead upon EXO Clan here, forcing them now to dig in to this complex here, which is not exactly ideal, but at least they will be able to avoid some fire. EMPT now very much in danger here. Luke 12 still trying to spot them, but still not able to return fire quite yet, putting any pressure on the Gascans. But right now, Gascans is already making some moves. They're sending a couple of their members to go up in front there to try to confront. And Greg Shot tries to take down Rain. Will not be able to take him down, but still Empt is still stuck on the outside there. Nikos will finish him off.
Yeah, EXO gotta get out of there as quick as possible. Big Boy Maka also pretty much done. One finishing shot would do the job as well, okay. USC actually getting that elimination a bit of a weird one. With that being said, Gascans continuing to put on the pressure on the EXO. Kang and Rain both separated with Luke in between, and Rain does have that nade in hand, but that there's no clear angle for him to do much. Even toss out the smoke that was there for quite a while, but Gascans once more able to really pin down EXO. Kikida very, very preoccupied with Yikakamuka, who will again just hold that high ground and allowing the rest of the team to slowly choke out EXO.
Yeah, and I think that the EXO member who's right now stuck in that fight with Yukika is going to be quite hurting at this point, because I think his health was quite low. Great shot now finally takes a little bit too much damage, forcing him to back out. This might be an opportunity for EXO to try to make some moves, but Squigita gets caught out though as he attempts to try to make the maneuver, as Mukao was able to take him out in time. Now Kang is still stuck in the complex here, and without any support coming his way, it looks like he might get pincered sooner rather than later now, with Yukika already having taken control of his sector. Nikos still up on the hills here. Luke 12 still keeping the pressure going onto EXO's side by staying within their complex here, but Greg Shot right now is making his way towards the back here. Is he going to try to get a vehicle so they can close the distance between himself and the rest of EXO, or is he just going to try to finish off Squeakita here to at least confirm the kill point? Yep, he's just going to go for the latter.
Take the easy route first. Start slow. Kang now exposed to Nico from the back. And this is a stranglehold from Gascans. Impossible to break through. You are, like, as EXO, you are really looking for kind of these isolated fights, and you gotta win them, and that's not an easy task. With Gascans, it really felt like Gascans are now keeping EXO in this complex against their will. Meanwhile,
Pretty
just an
much.
unfortunate accident. As Super Louis just running down Eons. It's another day driving in PUBG. You love to see it. At least it's not during kind of a gunfight. Tenax just arriving at the crossroads. In fact, a lot of space for them to work with. The northern side completely uncontested by any team.
Yeah, in fact, I suppose they would quite literally able to stroll into this safe zone here pretty much. But the center of the map, that's a whole other story though. We're already seeing gunfire coming in from AAP side, from Charm Farmers, from the future as well, trying to take some shots. Gascans as well as EXO Clan still stuck on the hillside to the west of the circle here. So they're going to have to wrap up that battle quickly at this point. Action PH also moved up from the south side. It just made it past the crater of La Bendita. And should be moving into where Cicak Gamers as well as Arkangel Predator is currently locked in battle right now. So rejoining here to where Gascans, where we left off with both Gascans and EXO squad. It looks like Greg Shot has pulled back together with Kika, leaving Luke 12 to still continue to hold the front there against EXO Clan. TD trying to get some shots there onto Trident's Mila. Not able to take him down quite yet, but at least will be able to feed that information to his team. But now they realize they probably will have to maneuver out of the way now. But nevertheless, for Trident, they still these are actually quite literally the last two members of Trident here, so it's quite fortunate actually they were knocked down in that instance there, because that would have been that wouldn't have boded well for their chances at all, because they would probably be the first team to be eliminated here. Nevertheless, Gascans have already closed the distance now to EXO Clan, though Nikos is still going to be taking a fire point position on top of the rocks there, but he's going to have the blue zone kind of back against him now, so he's going to be forced to move out of the way very soon. Now EXO is going to be facing pressure now. How are they going to get themselves out of this situation here? I really don't know.
Well, I would want to say it's easier said than done, but if they can get rid of Nico somehow, that goes down to Rain. I don't think they will have the opening though. Molly already tossed out. Kang also has his. Waiting for that opportunity. Gotta really find that timing right. Flashbang trolling just to infiltrate, and Kang instantly responds with his own Molotov. Cut off the doorway, at least for now. More grenades, just a bit of a misdirection. See where would Gascan go. Kang is just tossing everything from the kitchen sink. But there's very, very limited space left for him to work with though. Ikagomuka just comes in from behind. Kang absolutely backstab. Trading with Greg shots and doesn't even get the knockout. So EXO down with just Rain, and Nico has his pin down. From the dawn of time, Nico has already gotten that sorted out. EXO first to get wiped.
And I just gotta commend Nico as well for refusing to change position, even though he was stuck in that blue zone. Though granted, it was only a phase 2 blue zone, so not that painful. But they really stuck it through there in order to eliminate EXO squad. So that's going to be exciting there for Gas, because now they have 4 points to their name, and that's certainly going to keep their lead pretty solid at this point. Now things are quieting right now on the center front. As I say quiet, but it's still very much firefight happening in the background. There is 3 squads seem to be tangled up in a bit of a situation there. From the future also moving into where Tenax is, and that's going to make it a bit of a crowded situation here at this crossroads. And yeah, that little 3-way battle happening, that's between Cicak Gaming, Arkangel Predator, as well as Action PH. So 2 Filipino squads versus the Indonesian squad, with Starlight actually moving as well from the south side. So another Filipino squad joins into the fray, making it a 3-way right now near Minas Generalis. By the north of the graveyard though is where Cicak Gaming is trying to make their way towards, but they might get themselves caught up a bit with 4 samurai who have already set up in this complex here, and already getting themselves tied up in this fight here with Cicak Gaming. Super Luik sending a throw ball. Is he going to be able to nail it? Not quite, but that's going to force Murayama now to fall back. But that's at least keeping Cicak Gaming in a bit of a safe situation here.
I'm not sure if doing that, running towards the back is a good idea, because Murayama has attracted the attention of Cicak Gaming for sure. But well, for Samurai at least helping out Fatties from afar. Down C is Super League. Now gotta take cover, bring his buddy back up. Because get that concussion from that frag as well. So Cicak Gaming getting held back just for a while. Then Molly at the front door also keeping Kaipon in that building. going to be a temporary suppression, and that is just enough for 4 Samurai to safely extract Murayama. Now they get a better place to work with, but Panic Esports on that high ground, just continuously and relentlessly pelting Action PH with bullets. Senti falls to the sort of lead. Suspects getting an easy pickoff.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be seeing a lot of these kind of three-way fights, isn't it? Like, at least one squad will be from a distance, taking shots, while another two are just going to be left tangling with each other on the lower ground. And that's the kind of situation that I think Action PH and Arkangel Predator are in right now. For Cicak Gaming, though, they're very much tangled right now with Samurai, 4 Samurais, but they're kind of hoping that Pintadoes Esports is going to be making a move against 4 Samurai that will actually make things a little bit easier for them, because they kind of have 4 Samurai complete pincer like this. But Pintadoes, at the same time, is probably thinking that, yeah, we probably just want to let 4 Samurai and Cicak Gaming fight each other first, and then we'll just take care of the survivors after that. So that's why they're kind of holding back. In fact, you can see from Kaio's position here, he really wants to try to avoid any contact at all costs by camping up on the pipes there. So now 4 Samurai, you know, they very much are in the most dire situation, being stuck between 2 squads. Same as well as Action PH, because their whole squad is now practically decimated now. Only Jo, I think, is the last person still standing, but he's still trying to bring his teammate back for a revive, so they might still at least try to push through the rest of the round as a duo. But Panic, in the meantime, they spot another squad trying to make their way close to them, and that's going to be Aurora. So we already see Dusky making his way there to try to hold them off to allow the rest of Panic to continue this firefight against Action as well as Arkangel.
Panic would have to move pretty soon. The circle is definitely not in their favor. You know, Gascan, look at Ikikamukao. He is so far out at Hacienda. Still trying to do a bit of scouting duty. Does have info where one call is. Trident, not so lucky though. I see Miller getting fired upon by Starlight, but you can see that PNC, they are starting to make that early move. They send Dusky forward first. The rest of the members will be able to suppress APH. Not sure if they know that Arkangel Predator are also heading the same direction, but it's not gonna be easy. Cherry kind of locked down by Jo. Suspects also making that move. Panic Esports just systematically sending their players one by one into the safe zone.
APH loses one, unfortunately, to the blue zone, which is now creeping in there. Now, so that's forcing Cicak Gamers to try to make this final push onto where 4 Piggies are, but they might even get interrupted by Pintadoes at the same time. So it's going to be another 3-way battle here, forming at the south side, while Arkangel Predator is still tied up in their little fight there. Now Aurora is getting a lot of pressure here from Starlight coming in from this north side, and Tenax is just kind of like biding the time, just kind of waiting on the sidelines here, not really getting involved in this fight in any way. While 9 moves up onto where Miko is, he's in the perfect position right now to send drop a grenade on top of Milko. So is he going to try to go for it? I don't know, but he does have a good. Yeah, he doesn't have any frags. He only got smoke grenades though, so he still has to kind of fight him up close and personal. And they both quite literally have the same gun equipped right now, so he's still gonna need to back up his teammates here. In the meantime, 4 Samurai moving up to where Pintadoes is, and at the same time, you also see Arkangel. Even though they're facing pressure from PNC, they are also getting fired upon by Pintadoes, and that's making a perfect cover right now for 4 Samurai. I say that, but then GN just got himself knocked down by CJ, who spots him trying to make his way to the warehouse right now. So Pintadoes knows they're being ganked from the back now, forcing them now to split their attention. Silent now checks to the back. He sees Moriyama just in time to see him get taken down. In fact, Pintadoes very handily takes down the entirety of 4 Samurai, and now can refocus their attention on the main target, which is Arkangel.
And Arkangel still under a lot of pressure. The smoke grenades not able to do too much. They are all pretty darn low. Cherry now coming in for the cleanup. Able to secure Aljin's bot to start things off. They have the Molly also burning down Evil Patrick. Absolutely barbecuing Nan. Oh, part of his thigh is showing and he's not looking good. Alex just runs on forward. Cherry now has 2 targets to pick. This is what we call cherry picking in a nutshell. Nan, you are not looking at the right direction. You're not looking at the right angle as well for Alec. He throws down, but it's just, yeah, Cherry is just doing the easiest job in the entire round. At least in this case, Arkangel Predator high and dry out in the open. Nothing can be done. Absolutely confused. Cicak Gaming in the meantime also meeting their end in the hands of Pintadoes Esports.
Yeah, one by one, these squads are falling down here. So, who's still left standing right now? I mean, Pintado's currently standing on top with 6 eliminations to the name right now. PNC and Gas still has a full stack of squads. And Panic, in fact, is going to try to cut down the rest of 4 Piggies here. And looks like they will be able to eliminate 2 of them in the process. Now, let's see who else is going to be getting into the mix here. 4 Piggies also getting themselves, from the future, were the ones who picked that up. Now, Charm Farmers are getting ganged upon here, but if it's one more member of 4 Piggies try to break through the door, but the Molotov is going to roast him alive inside the shack there. The Fleaways picking up the kill there onto Boehm, and also the baby Zyu, who is his teammate who ran into the shack just as the Molotov went up, so that's a little bit of friendly fire there, my mate, and unfortunately that leaves 4 Piggies with only 1 little piggy to go.
Still alive and kicking. 6 eliminations so far. This is probably one of the better rounds, one of the best rounds that the team has. 10 more left alive. Aurora against PNC after a very brutal round 2. Panic Esports get a good recovery. Having to fight up high ground though. This is not going to be easy. No information for them to work with. Aurora unfortunately just do not have the numbers to fight. So they're taking a very defensive position for themselves. Milko starting to make that quick rotation. You're not running downhill, are you, my friend? Yeah, they're definitely not. Oof.
Oh, shouldn't. He definitely shouldn't. But again, I mean, PNC is just going to be burning their utilities by just continuing to throw their throwables uphill, because it's not going to be that effective. It's not really a deterrent right now for Aurora, however you look at it. And with the other squads, like Tenax right now is having the best position here in the middle of the circle. Let's see whether or not this next circle is going to favor them as well. As Aurora still having the attention a little bit split. They do spot Fleaways inside the shack there, so they want to try to keep him stuck inside while they're continuing to keep the pressure going onto PNC. On call in the meantime, moving in, creeping in to where From the Future is. And that's a complex where From the Future and Gascans are quite literally neighbors right now. And look at that. I mean, again, PNC in the very bad position there, because, you know, when you are in the lower ground like that, you're going to be very much playing host to a lot of the throwables that could come out from Aurora's side. And Aurora, granted, they don't have a lot of throwables on their end. They still have some smokes and Molotovs to try to use, which they will try to burn right now to try to keep PNC at bay. And at least with that wall of smoke providing cover there, Aurora can continue to drag this fight out a little bit longer. But again, they still need to try to find a way to break through here, and given that they're in the 2 versus 4 situation, they need every single advantage they can. But unfortunately, Suspect catches Juice X on the side, so I think Milko now is down to his last legs here. PNC could decide to try to go aggressive, but unfortunately, Panic cannot really do on their end, because the moment they try to move out of the way of the shack, it's going to open themselves up to fire coming in from Starlight.
I mean, PNC just very, very prepared to receive that hit. Though I don't think there's much that Aurora can do. They did have the vehicles. It's a bit surprising that they didn't just make the safe rotation. With that being said, Aurora out at 9th. PNC continuing to move on forward. They have a room to breathe. 4 Piggies finally picked up. There's actually Cherry that finished that one. So another free elimination over to PNC. 8 eliminations so far in this match number 3. 7 teams left alive, and out of the 7 teams, and 5 of them have the full squad still pretty much alive, but maybe not for long. Luke just found Simoy. This is not looking good for From the Future. They're getting pincered by PNC from behind as well.
Yeah, PNC as well, just trying to crash this party here that Gascans and From the Future is set up here. And look at Hachi just literally running in between the 2 teams here with his car. Oh, he's going to be opening himself to so much fire coming out from Nikos. In fact, Great Shot is going to spray him down and actually knocks both of them off of the car. This is disastrous right now for Starlight. The solution tries to find an answer, but just gets himself questioned, in fact.
And now One Call kind of put in the hot seat. A lot of pressure from behind on One Call. Gotta deal with FTF. They are able to bring Jexy alive. FTF not taking that risk. Jexy now gets to recover. flushing out kind of the back room with that molly. TD is outside, gotta deal with Pusha T. Flash is out as well, but unfortunately he is just completely blocked off by the Molotov. Could have been an opportunity. So TD would have to make that long rotation from the side to catch anyone from the side of one call. No, actually makes contact with Jexy but loses the trade. So FTF just not able to find a meaningful opening to kind of get these damage in from one call. One call, they are all cramped out on this first floor. Man, you can be the hero. One call up to the second floor. Man now turns from the corner. This is the opening Man has been looking for, but it's just one. It is not enough.
Yeah, they all pile straight up into the stairwell, and ONC just cuts down from the future completely. So it looks like they have control now and still have a stack. But KDR trying to send some revenge through the window. Takes one on the jet ski there. And now he sends another one to the Molotov for good measure. ONC not quite out of the woods yet. KDR getting a good knockdown to the pusher it. He's still in this fight right now, trying to take revenge for his teammates through the window, through the wall. KDR takes down Nando and Pusher it to take out the entirety of one call.
Yeah, and one call out, FTF just barely winning that, but they sustained heavy damage. Unfortunately for them, the rest of the teams in the top 4, Tenax, Gascans, PNC, they all have the entire squad alive. KDR is about to bear the full weight of PNC. Meanwhile, Gascans, they will have to deal with Tenax on the other side of the highway. Obviously, Tenax, they do have a bit of that high ground advantage, but Gascans, now with a couple of smoke grenades in the way, they can use this to set things up.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they sure, especially PNC, having burned a lot of those utilities trying to fight earlier on. Now they're going to be paying for it a little bit here, because I don't know if they have a lot of smokes between them really to try to fight out in the open here. We'll have to see where this next circle lands. PNC is going to have to pray very hard that it lands on their side, but unfortunately, oh wait, this is already phase 7. There's not going to be any more circles. Oh boy. So PNC is kind of in trouble right now. They're going to have to burn whatever smokes they have, and Gascans and Tenax in the meantime are focused on trying to keep each other at bay here, because they know there's not much standing in between the two of them right now. So I think PNC is going to try to play the cards by just holding it close to their chest, not really trying to go out and fight, trying to let Gascans and TNX sort it out for themselves on the outside here and let them burn out their utilities here. Tenax still has a lot of smokes though, and that's going to help them, I think, in this case, as they set up a whole wall defense right now to try to confront the situation against Gascans right now. Gascans now making a move. Looks like they're going all in here. Here we go. Troble sending in as well. They're trying to keep the flanks covered as well to try to keep TNX in a very contained position, but so far that Little Hill is making it very hard for them to get any leg up on top of them. Mukao is already being taken down a notch right now. Main Zero going to send a nade true. Is it going to be landing? Yes, it does. Mukao already down. Nico very much low. Greg Shot and Luke 12 now trying to fight on top of the hills here to try to force 10X back, but 10X still holding strong, still holding firm, sends even more troubles down their way. Now Mukao has already been brought back up. Nikos is now trying to reset his flank here, trying to keep an eye on 10X, making sure they wouldn't be able to flank them from the right hand side. The smoke is keeping him very well covered, but Asma tries to spray as much as he can. PNC this whole time has just been hearing and observing his battle, but not really lifting a finger to help out either team, because they know if they can both eliminate each other out, PNC will stand an even greater chance now of taking the chicken dinner.
Yeah, they are just in such a comfortable spot. Just like in match 1 on Erangel, PNC have full control of that center point. Tenax is winning that trade, able to slow down Gascans. That's more than enough. And now Gascans will be playing with a man disadvantage as well. Another flash thrown out. Gascans have zero info of where Tenax would be. This circle will funnel Tenax into closer, out into the open. You can see that's why Luke has been playing so far away. He even sets up that smoke grenade just so he has a tight angle to work with. But Pivy now finally pops his head out. That's not where you want to hide, Aspa. Your arm is exposed. Pivy takes advantage of that pixel for that knock. And now with Aspa down, the teams, both Gascans and Tenax, realize the severity of the situation that they're in right now. Tenax does have a vehicle. They cross that freeway. That is step number 1. But KDR has to chip in, and Luke 12 gets a nade in the face.
Yeah, now this is going to be a very tight situation here because that last final dot, it's right well in PNC's doorstep. So both TNX and Gascans going to have to crawl their way to that center right now, facing fire from both PNC as well as Tenax. Tenax in the meantime picks up a truck and they're going to try to use that to their advantage right now. Gregshot tries to go for a very daring maneuver there, but unfortunately gets himself cut down. KDR takes out Lucid Freed in the meantime, so it looks like TNX is taking a lot of losses here, and PNC is still very much looking very strong at this point. They take out one more member, so TNX is down to a last member, which is Shoehorse, and he's still out on the road. He's still not able to find any cover. Right now the smoke is providing a bit of cover right now for him. KDR is also trying to get himself into the mix. He managed to get, I think, one elimination just now. Shoehorse now running across now. Ooh, baby, sniping. Shoehorse barely able to duck down in time, but Privy finds a lick, takes him out completely. Now it's going to be between PNC and FTF.
Yeah, KDR is just going to perish to the blue. Don't let PNC get any more points from that. Winner chicken dinner again is Panic Esports' second chicken dinner of the day. Out of 3 matches, they've gotten 2 of it. That's an incredible start. Recovery from what seemed to be a very rough game 2, but Panic Esports back in the driver's seat. With that all said and done, right? We also saw names Gascan once more having a round where they are just absolutely volatile, and they are still in the lead so far, even without a chicken dinner. So we'll see if when that leaderboard comes out, will Gascan still be in that front seat. But for Panic Esports, just systematic. What we saw in game 1, we saw in match 3.
Exactly. So again, you know, if it wasn't for if it wasn't for Gascans taking so many eliminations there, Panic could easily be having a solid lead right now. But they have more than made up for it with this chicken dinner here. So there's going to be plenty of exciting things in their future now, with 2 more matches to go for today. So 2 more chances to pick up chicken dinners. Are we going to be seeing someone picking up a repeat here? I mean, there are already plenty, there are already 3 teams so far that have each earned their own chicken dinners. But Panic now, has 2 chicken dinners in the name. What am I talking about here? But nevertheless, with this all done right now, I think it's quite clear that we have a very clear pecking order at this point. I mean, at the top of the rung of this competition right now, the Oceanic teams are certainly putting up some of the more the more deadly performances here, I have to say. I mean, picking up kills, picking up stragglers very effectively, and in the case of Panic, really able to somehow make the most out of even just unideal sort of positioning. And I mean, that's truly a testament to how good the communication is between the team members, because there's no way they're going to be able to make maneuvers like that without everyone being on the same page, right? And the level of patience these guys have shown, I mean, they showed certainly that potential, you know, in the first game, but it really shines here in this round of Miramar here, because again, Panic did the same thing. They just like held position, they just waited to deal with the stragglers, wait until the final phase of the fight really to finally come into their own. And by that point, like, their opponents have completely been exhausted already trying to fight the other squads. So Panic would just constantly keep themselves, you know, at least one step ahead of some of these other squads this way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, just kind of the general feel that we are getting from some of these frontrunners is just Oceania still on top. And you know, the PH teams, they had a lot of great moments, right? We saw how PE, Pintadoes, we saw how Arkangel Predator deal with some of the situations, but Action PH, unfortunately, for 3 straight rounds has been not being able to find that opening. A lot of those rotations, they're getting caught in the middle of it. In this case, it's just unfortunate that they did not have the elevation advantage. But overall, you can see how some of these teams, they are just getting caught mid-travel. You know, teams like Gascans and PNC, they get this anchor down very, very early on, and all these initial trades, it'll give them so much more advantage. And the more defensive teams, like what we saw from Starlight and Pintadoes, at least in this match number 3, render them pretty vulnerable when you don't have much resources to work with in that mid game.
That completely encapsulates like the two very distinct style of, or rather, two very distinct types of strategies, right? That squads will employ. Is either you be more aggressive by going out there and picking up those elimination kills, or you play a more passive game by prioritizing positioning and as well as maneuvering over everything else. And what seems to be the case right now is that they each have their own strengths and weaknesses. But then Panic Esports right now kind of shows that they're able to do a bit of both, really. So even though Gascans right now still has a lead, it's only a lead by a single point there. Despite the Panic Esports having picked up 2 chicken dinners, they're still 1 point away from even taking the lead away from Gascans here. So they're getting close, but still not quite there yet. From the future, though, certainly has made a good case for themselves on why they need to be in the top 4 there, especially with that fight that they had in round match number 3. So with 38 points, that's going to keep them ahead of Arkangel Predators with 34. Now, 4 Samurais and On Call. Now, the On Call especially has been able to make a significant comeback, I would say, in match number 3, and that's putting them ahead of both Tenax as well as Charm Farmers, who will find themselves in 7th, 8th place respectively.
And Gascans is so far putting up very impressive average, right? 10 eliminations per round. You look at the ranking points that they have. It's honestly not too much. On that first page, they are ranked second in terms of total placement points, but just the amount of eliminations they've been able to consistently get, taking advantage of teams, making those early rotations, these individual pickoffs really gave them a lot of that leverage to work with. So Gascans still coming in as one of the strongest, if not the strongest, and maintaining their reputation. Just really great to see these veterans continuing to put up monstrous performance in the first day of our Challenger Rumble, and it really does set the precedent of what we can expect in the round for the rest of the day, and also for the rest of the Challengers Rumbles, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, but you can also see that a lot of teams had to kind of like pick up more elimination points compared to placements, really, in order to try to keep themselves on top of the board. Only PNC so far has been able to kind of have a bit of balance of both, but that's also a consequence of what happened to them in the first round as well as the second round of this competition here. So it's quite interesting to see that after 3 rounds, only PNC has been able to kind of maintain that balance, whereas everyone else had to rely a lot more on aggression and really being able to pick up good kills actually during the round, to make up that difference. So I want to see whether or not this is going to be the pattern to continue for the next 2 matches, but nevertheless, with the next 2 being on Miramar itself, yeah, this is going to be very much who plays this map better compared to everyone else. And PNC has shown that they are good in both Erangel and Miramar right now, so it's a very good chance for them still to continue and perhaps even overtake Gascans on that lead. But conversely, Gascans not very easy to take down as a squad. I had to remind you, time and time again, there have been squads who just face their demise literally at their hands right now. So they still remain very much a very potent threat right now in day 1 of this Challenger Rumble, and I expect that you're still going to continue to see them butt heads.
Absolutely, there's so much more to unpack with 2 more matches for the rest of the day, but after 3 explosive rounds we have, I think we deserve a bit of that breather to give these teams some space to kind of recuperate, regain their thoughts before we jump back into the dry desert of Miramar. So with that being said, this is the PUBG Challenger Rumble. We have so much more to come, and we have seen some ringleaders, but perhaps for the second leg of today's matches, things would change for the better. We're gonna take a short break, and we will come back for more PUBG action for the PUBG Challenger Rumble. Stay tuned.
assault rifle, some balance adjustments to old favorites, and a few terrain changes to Destin. All this and more as we dive into the Update 22.2 patch report. First up, a popular new French assault rifle is hitting the battlegrounds. The FAMAS is a 5.56 AR capable of single fire, burst, and full auto. You won't find this new weapon among normal loot, however, so check care packages and other special areas where powerful weapons spawn. We're also giving a couple tried and true ARs some balance adjustments, with the AUG, M416, M16, and the Mutant all receiving a few changes. Check out the patch notes for full details on these. Also, with the introduction of the FAMAS, the AUG will now spawn among normal Battlegrounds loot. Destin is also getting a few changes, with the addition of several hills between Barcliff and Tarita, to aid players making the long and perilous trek. There's also a new dirt track south of San Carlo, to break up sightlines a bit and add some more interesting flavor to that area. And since the PUBG 6th anniversary is fast approaching, we're also putting up some festive decorations around Erangel, Miramar, and Cicak. We've also updated the Hall of Fame on Erangel with special items to commemorate the PGC 2022 winners, so check it out on your next drop. That's it for this quick update. But as always, you can find all the details on these changes and more in the official patch notes. Update 22.2 is here, so find yourself a new FAMAS, and get ready to celebrate the glorious 6th anniversary of PUBG. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
We have we've witnessed 3 amazing matches just now, and so far it has been a Panic Esports taking the lead in chicken dinners, Arkangel Predator stepping things up, but Gascans still in the lead as one of the favorites. Anyways, the action is just beginning. We have 2 weekends of this, and we are barely scraping the surface. My name is Husky alongside with Victor. 2 more rounds for the day, both of them on Norama.
Yeah, so it's been an interesting 3 rounds there. I mean, Panic Esports obviously being the bigger winner, having like 2 chicken dinners, but then still not able to take over the lead of Gascans, who've been super consistent with the amount of eliminations they've been able to make. In fact, averaging about 10 eliminations per round so far in this competition. So can they keep that stats up? If they do, they're certainly making them very much the team still to beat right now in this competition. So 2 more rounds still to go in Miramar in day number 1 here. And with Panic Esports already having taken the first chicken dinner, what other squads do you think that we haven't seen take the dinner yet you think might have a good chance as well taking that crown?
Well, aside from Gascans, I want to see aside from Gascans, I want to see From the Future. I think From the Future, has also been showing pretty consistent performance throughout the first 3 rounds. Obviously, we didn't get to see clean finishes from them towards the very end, but From the Future has always been up there, and I do regard them as one of the kind of the front page teams. Hopefully, they get to kind of get that chicken dinner, or at least make it further. Even in the previous match, they did make it top 4, but they just didn't have the members to power through until the very end. So we'll see if that's going to be the case for FTF. But I think the biggest surprise to me was still Pintadoes, right? PE. They had players who were previously or back then from Arkangel Predator, CJ. But overall, the performance in the first 3 rounds have been a bit underwhelming. They were getting caught out a lot, and they were just not able to, I would say, outmaneuver a lot of these teams. And I think you kind of want to see a bit more from these guys.
Yeah, I think like the fact that especially the mid phase of these rounds tend to get very crowded. I mean, especially for the first 2 maps, it was like definitely a situation created by the way the circles spawn, right? But Miramar, though, had a fairly more standard kind of like progression, I would say, in terms of like the circle phases. But it still ended up being a very tight mid-phase fight anyway. So I think that's very much the kind of like thing that all of these teams will have to just deal with. Like, they just have to understand that, the mid-game situation is going to be very, very chaotic. So either you have to learn to thrive with the chaos, or you have to be very, very cognizant about the situational awareness at any given moment. So so far the teams that only have been being able to get a success are either teams that are extremely well skilled like Gascans, or teams that are very proficient at their positional strategies like Panic Esports. So now that we're going on to our 4th match of the day here, I mean, again, we're kind of like in the mid phase of this day itself. So I think a lot of teams that have kind of had that slow start will obviously have been given ample time now to get themselves warmed up and ready for to face these continue to face these new challenges here. And given that we're still going to be on Miramar, hopefully we'll see less weird circles like we did with Arkangel. Though I say that the flight path fairly well split, though it's a lot more biased towards the western side, obviously. So that leaves definitely the northeastern end very much ripe for the picking for, I think, some of these squads.
Yeah, finally a more vertical flight path. We've been seeing horizontal ones, for the first 3 matches. In this case, we probably can expect some teams to kind of take that safer route, get that late drop, and you move towards the southern side. There's the Los Chicos. That's very small but condensed area that you can get decent resources to fill up a team. It's more of like, how do you rotate up onto mainland? You can see Gascans, they are taking kind of the wider flight path, right? They drop parachuting down onto the northern side, taking a power grid along the way. I think that is something that Gascans might do. FTF is nearby, but you have San Martin that you can comfortably conquer, so that's not something that FTF would be too worried. You see a bit of that very dense population, PE, APH, for Piggies, CF, they're all in the same area. Gascans know about this. You see Waikika, Mukau, and Nikos, they are both at the edge of the cliff, so they see this happening, but opening circle right towards the northern side. We've been getting corner circles for 4 maps now, Victor.
I know, right? I mean, again, it just feels like these circles are just doing everything it can to throw these teams off. And again, it's part of the challenge of becoming a professional PUBG player is that you're never going to be able to get every star to align for you. It's just a matter of you making your own fate, right? Just to borrow a quote from the Terminator films. So in this case right now, the with Miramar being a lot more open means that if you're smart enough, you can try to avoid some of these fights and pick up some good weapons. Charm Farmer's Huxi has already picked up a car 98K somewhere, and so he's already very much strapped and ready for battle right now. But again, sometimes in any kind of like competition where it's really only one team that can stand at the end, right? It's usually never about how you kind of start the day off. It's how you kind of finish the day, really. So, given the level of consistency we're seeing from some of these teams like Gascans and Panic Esports, I wonder to see whether or not the teams that had the bad starts early on, like I'm talking about teams like Trident, like Four Piggies. Will they be able to get a bit of resurgence in these final two maps here to actually bring a lot more challenge to the midfield? That's all the stuff that I really want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up Four Piggies in this conversation, because in the previous round they actually had a very good performance, right? A pretty decent one compared to match 1 and 2. Match 3, the first Miramar round, Four Piggies had their best showing. I think they got eliminated, but not before getting 7 eliminations in total. So this is a team that does have that firepower to them, but it's more creating those small pockets of openings that they have been struggling with so far, and generally just getting outclassed by some of these just more ferocious teams that we have. One Core as well is a team that I didn't expect to be stuck on the second page this early on. Just a very, very slow start, but yeah, there you have it. We have Starlight at Los Seagulls. I did mention that teams might just take this very safe approach. Starlight is one of those. Trident on our screens right now also just
Oh,
still gotta be a bit more careful with that. Very early rotation, and it's very common on a map like Miramar. You just want to be able to cover as much ground as possible early on, especially when you get these kind of very iffy circles. That's what will prompt these teams to make those early moves.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, you're basically left with two choices. Either you dig in or you take a vehicle and risk spinning out somewhere in the middle of the desert, just like Elgin bots just did there. But nevertheless, when you cover ground like this, you always often open yourself up to the risk that at least one of your squad members might get themselves caught up in some gunfire, which means that either you have to try to rescue them or you're going to get bogged down in the fight you may not necessarily want to start, really. So it's that kind of risk and reward that really paid off a lot for teams like Gascan, because they've been doing this very consistently since the first map. Like, they never really stay in one spot for too long, especially in the early phase. They're always constantly on the move with these vehicles, and yet in spite of that, they're very much far more successful than other teams employ that strategy. And oh boy, what did I tell you? Going out in the open means that you're going to open yourself to some danger, and Rams finds out the hard way there by getting taken out by Charm Farmers.
Yeah, it's another scenario, right? This has been a recurring trend for APH. Unfortunately, it's getting caught up in rotation. This early knockout, very, very brutal for them. Charm Farmers just content with the one that they have. Not gonna chase for more. Meanwhile, APH, they touched down, sure, but they also were spotted by Pintadoes from the other side of the map. So APH completely exposed from the get-go. Which is going to be one of those slow rise. Get to marvel at some of the players' driving skills. I always have this suggestion, right? So
Right.
let's say there should be a system that records your driving performance in game. And if your driving performance is rated by points or whatever, but if it drops below a certain threshold, you get your driving license quote unquote revoked. So you can't enter a vehicle and drive unless you're the last man alive.
Honestly,
so you don't endanger like your teammates, right? It's
Honestly,
a horrible idea for pro players.
Yeah,
it's a great idea for custom games,
No, I mean like it's. I think even like in PUBG Mobile, you could set up some kind of like racing with these vehicles here. But then again, yeah, terrible idea though. I would hate being locked out of using vehicles just because I'm really bad at using it. If anything, you should be encouraged to use vehicles more so they learn actually how to drive properly, right? But speaking of drives though, Pintadoes Esports getting getting into a bit of a chase right now as they are trying to pull away from this situation here. In the meantime, Gascans found one of the members of the little piggies, so they're going to be caught up in that hillside there, while from the future are setting themselves up in this complex that's just being overlooked right now by the rest of the Gascan squad in this area here.
TF pretty quiet. Going for definitely have a recon squad out there. Obviously, Gascans once more just taking that high ground. Very common maneuver on the map of Miramar. You would often see some of these teams just take that high ground so that they can have these kind of easy pickoffs. Because for Waikika Mukau, he is just completely alone. But it's one of those rare circumstances that where people don't normally check for you, so you're more of a scout than anything. And for Samurai, also on the move, everyone beeline towards the northern side. And actually, if Loba knows about this, so this could be an easy shot. Yeah, Waikika Mukau just get a free pick off. That's one of those few benefits. Taking all these early elevations.
Yeah, and the fact that he's alone as well means that he doesn't really risk the lives of the rest of his squads there. If anything, he will be the only one getting eliminated, which means the rest of his squad can continue to fight on to the final phase. So there was really a no-lose situation there, really, for Mukau in that taking that fight there. So nevertheless, that's also put the 4 Piggies into like a bit of a tight spot now because we've already one down. They're gonna be left scrambling, trying to figure out, okay, where are these guys and how are we going to be fighting back against this? And in fact, that tension is going to make it very hard for them to decide to even move out of the area. Nevertheless, Arkangel Predator getting themselves into a fight now with the Cicak Gaming squad. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate there for XES as he gets knocked down by Yan. Nan is going to try to go for another one there. Had to switch off to his next weapon, but still not able to take away the guy who's still in the truck right now, so he will be able to get away. Looks like what seems to be scot-free, so he does have to unfortunately abandon his teammate right now, so Cicak Gaming might be down to 3. So fights are still also breaking out in the rest of the map there. I do see Panic Esports making the way close to where Gascans' positions are, so they might actually end up getting fired upon. In fact, they're already getting fired upon by Luke 12, so Gascans knows that there's a squad moving out of their position. If they knew it was Panic, they might even consider trying to take that fight there, because that could be a good way for them to keep their lead very solid.
Yeah, if they can get rid of Panic in the early stages, Gascans will set themselves up to be in such a powerful position in this game. So they're moving a bit towards that western side right now. You can see Arkangel Predator will skirt the circumference. Cicak Gaming finally touched down in a safe haven. Only temporarily though. I think one call has already seen them. Obviously for EXO, they're at Cabrera, so that's basically this is one of those few big urban areas in Miramar. They can definitely find a bit of solace in. Panic Esports, again, making that rotation. They just reached the circle. Great shot. GG. Not sure if he saw Panic, but those gunfire from afar definitely will force Panic to disembark early, and it's actually courtesy of Luke 12. So Panic, they are now separated from one another. Dusky and Cherry on the very far end in the circle. Oh, Gascans, they're coming in for the pincer probably.
Yeah, I mean, they have them very much surrounded in all sides. So these two members of Panic right now are certainly living up to the name by being in a bit of a panic situation here. Nevertheless, Gascans are taking this slow and methodical as well, because they're not exactly sure how many members they managed to keep in place here. In fact, not really sure about positions, though Pivy is going to be taking a lot of damage there, so Great Shot should be able to use that grenade efficient off for good. Oh, but I think it went through right in the doorway, so it doesn't actually do any damage to the Pivy itself, and he's still going to be able to keep the fight going. Now, the rest of Gascans is going to be regrouping now to make this a 3v versus 2 fight, but the other two members of PNC are not going to be making their way back here to try to rescue these two members, though. Pivy and Suspect are going to have to fight it out by themselves and hopefully be able to survive this here. But Gascans now taking this very methodically here. Nico's going to be filling in behind. Luke 12 going to be taking lead here to try to flush out the rest. Privy under the cover of smoke, still able to stay by the doorway, not taking any damage quite yet. But Luke 12 takes onto the high ground right now to make sure that he has a good field of view here, especially onto the window pane. He's going to try to spot them out before they run away. So he's already having a kind of setup here. Suspect still on the outside, trying to return from fire. So now Gascans know that at least one member is on the outside. They're going to try to fight around, but Suspect has something for them. Goes with a shotgun, but no! Only 2 shots he was able to put out before he gets knocked down. Nikos takes a lot of damage as well, but is able to take a kill onto Suspect. But yeah, with that done now, I think both of them are down. So PNC down to 2 members, unfortunately.
And I think Gascan has an inkling where the rest of PNC members are. Dusky and Sherry, they didn't commit into helping their teammates just now, but unfortunately for them, they might not get out of this safely, with Gascans already having their eyes on that compound. We can see that they're set up early on. Tenax and FTF, the only 2, well, Tenax, FTF, and EXO, 3 teams in La Cabrera, both taking a very strategic spot in the town. Of course, Tenax having majority of the control in the northern side. PNC forced to rotate away, but they're gonna just right into the Lion's Den. Only a small complex that they can touch down in. Oh man, catching Cherry as he gets out from the car. Able to crawl behind the building so Dusty can get him back up, but PNC basically stranded with nothing much to work with. And Cherry gets picked off by KDR.
Yeah, not exactly the best town to wander in, Cabrera, because early on it was the EXO Clan who was the only team to take position here, but everyone else was just piling into this one city here, which is like a bit unfortunate, because now this means a lot of urban fighting between them, which means that it's going to be a very long and honestly a very difficult battle that those 3 squads are going to have to face off against each other. Now Aurora taking a position that's close to the safe zone, but not quite, because I think they are worried about Pintadoes Esports gatekeeping them. So now they're going to try to set up on a high ground here to hopefully thin out the herd a little bit before they make their way into the circle. 4 Samurai though, they spot out the Charm Farmers just on the outside, who are forced now to pull out their smokes. Ooh, that's a good grenade, I think, that does done some damage there, but that's keeping them very much contained within the area right now. Now they have moved out from the middle of the smoke to the rocks now, so that's putting them at least some elevation there to put some shots to the GN. He's taking a lot of damage now, forcing him to fall back. Now how is the rest of 4 Samurai going to try to pile into here? YSA is going to keep them pinned from this position now, but oh, he unscopes at the wrong moment there and takes a bit of damage, and unfortunately has to pull back because he just got himself knocked down.
Wow, Invis with the outplay. Love that movement. Basically puts on his dance tapping shoes and just jiggle picks his way. On the other end, 4 Piggies unfortunately not having the same scenario. Fleeaways, backup coming through. Gops is there. A pincer maneuver onto Starlight. 9 finds himself isolated against 4 Piggies. Gops already making that long rotation, just good catch. Completely demolishing Starlight. He could not respond at all.
Well, way to come back into the fight here for Piggies. So let's see if they're going to be able to stay on into the final phase of this competition. 10X in the meantime now faced off against Trident, who have set themselves up very close. Or rather, I think it's 10X is actually moved up to try this position here. So now they try to fight through the window there. I think we're already 1 down, and Blessed Lucid Freak is going to get him try to be revived right now as Horse 10X Asaba tries to scan the rest of the windows here to flush out the rest of Trident. He finds one Snow on the doorway there, forcing him to fall back into the house right now. They want to try to keep them contained as much as they can, but Snow is immediately trying to find an exit on the other side of the house. Now him and Jam are currently using the house as the in-between between themselves as well as Trident, but they try to find one. Jam though gets a good grenade onto Lucid Freak, so that's already putting a bit of a wrench into the works here, and Trident unfortunately loses Snow as well, so that's going to be them eliminated completely before they were able to get into this next phase. So 2 teams already down, the blue zone still crawling in.
All things considered, Gascans actually got an elimination, if I remember correctly. So a bit of a consolation prize for them. CF just showing up as 4 Samurais make that rotation. have enough vehicles to walk away. Murayama left behind in the dust, but Chang Farmers don't have any way to catch up. Four Samurais will start driving past Pintadoes, CJ, at least blow the tires out. Just not able to do so.
Yeah, kind of hard. I mean,
yeah, they have a good idea of where 4SR and 4 Samurai somehow still. Well, yeah, there it is. Finally getting taken out. They blew up that vehicle. So 4 Samurai separated by Pintadoes.
yeah, Murayama is going to try to wander away, but he's going to wander straight into the hands of On Call and gets completely taken out within seconds. So that's so unfortunate right now for that squad. So Action PH now trying to get into the mix as well, find themselves at the doorstep of From the Future. Now Man spots them, gets a few shots out, but now they realize they're going to be pushed against by Action PH. So Man is going to try to get himself closer and closer to Action PH to hopefully catch him off guard, especially from this right hand flank. But he's also at the same time scanning all these other buildings. That's a problem of fighting in an urban area like this, right? It's like every single window is a threat, every single corner is a danger. So you just constantly have to watch your back. So From the Future does the smart thing by trying to maneuver away from the initial positions. That's going to put them in the clutches of Dusky, who is just holding in the corner with a single sawn-off shotgun, just ready to blast anyone who decides to walk through that door. But From the Future is more focused on trying to round around a corner than actually explore these buildings. So they should be safe for now. At least until someone decides to move into the building, then probably Dusky will be able to earn his kill point somewhere.
Yeah, don't breathe. Do not breathe, Dusky. You only have one shot. Just 2 pumps and that's it.
Yep.
Just basically dodging a bullet. FTF. There is a chance that KDR checks. And Dusky takes him out. Kind of keeps PNC alive for a bit longer. We have 14 teams left, so if you bomb out right now, you get 0 points. FTF systematically scanning through all of these areas. So Dusky gets to live on for a bit more. 4 Piggies in the meantime, wiped out by EXO.
Yeah.
Gascans also not in a good spot. I mean, Waikikamuka actually naded by M0. Tenax looking for the jugular of Gascans. Shoehorse gonna take a bit of time with that smoke grenade to get that medkit up, but Tenax now have a bit of a more advantage to work with, whereas 4 Samurais get annihilated.
Yeah, gotta watch out for Asba. You know, he almost tried to go around the wrap in the back, but he got spotted out, so he's forced to fall back to the rest of his team now. So Tenax not able to find a route that way. You're gonna have to find it in the other way right now with M0 leading the charge. But Gascans are still inside the compound. That's a good grenade onto short horseshoe there. That's certainly going to slow down Tenax now, as they are going to be forced to try to fight against Greg Shot and Nikos here. M0 now tries to send some throwables on their way. They're just firing off from the edges of these the fences here, just trying to catch another member of Gascans. Now they managed to find Greg Shot, so that should give them a little bit of space now to try to revive Horseshoe. Nikos is going to get a revive onto Greg Shot, but in the meantime, look at that. There's shots coming from the hills there. I think as Arkangel Predator as well is just sending shots into anyone they can find from the top of the hill there. Now Tenax finds one of the big boy Mecha, takes him out completely, sends him to the lobby. Now he goes in to try to find the rest of Charm Farmers, gets a second knockdown there before going upstairs. Now waiting for someone to take the bait, go up there. It's going to be Ryu. He's got flashed a little bit. He's not quite blind though, so he will be able to get sweet revenge onto M0. Not quite enough to get eliminated, but he can turn around. He turned around and only run into Lucid Freak, who runs up to save his teammate, and he does so in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, Tenax lost no one in that exchange. This the best case scenario. Whereas for Jexy, he's gonna get one. I believe it's Super Link. And Panic Esports eliminated finally by FTFT. Finds Dusky in the building. Arkangel Predator down to 2 on call, having more members to work with. SKS in the hands of Aljin Boss. What are you gonna do about this? Cicak Gaming also has 1 Eons down out in the open. But that smoke grenade more than enough to allow On Call to regroup and rendezvous back in the building. As off screen, Jo actually barbecues TD with that Molly. And yeah, 1 Eons, he is very, very much a walking corpse right now.
Yeah, but Gotta say, shout out to Nando for pulling what is easily a Medal of Honor move there by getting the rescue onto Jeski and actually reviving him in time to get him to pull back, in spite of taking fire there from the hilltop by that sniper. So very well done their end to try to salvage the situation. Action PH has just lost Roosevin right now, so JO and Tent are going to try to wrap around here to see if they can still spot out and eliminate some of these members of EXO who are sending grenades his way there. That's a very healthy chunk of health being taken out of JO right there. Senti's still trying to find a way around that warehouse there, but taking it very slow right now because he's just worried about shots coming in from EXO Clan. Gascans are still also in the mix as well as the Pintadoes, who are getting themselves closer to Gascans, keeping the pressure going on their end, having forced them out of the school grounds now into this next series of complexes here. Action PH is still continuing to keep EXO Clan completely occupied on their side of Cabrera. So that next circle still pushes them even more westward, which means still more maneuvering to come here for EXO Clan as well as Gascans. Now Aurora has been taking a high ground here in form of Milko, and now they still have a vehicle, so they will be making their way to the next safe zone, I expect. Junbi tries to get a shot against Alec. The tap's not quite landing until just then, and not even enough there to get a knockdown. Now Pintados moving in very rapidly onto Gascans' location. They try to put a molly in front there in order to try to keep contained the house, and Luke 12 is taking damage as a result. Agent Bots tries to get a spray down to the Milko here as he attempts to exfil away. Now that's forcing them to come into this close range battle here. Agent Bots sends out a flash, as does Milko as well. But Agent Bots moves out very aggressively. Unfortunately, takes a lot of fire at the same time because Junbi is keeping his cover. But then Alec does get a shot at Milko. He will be able to finish him off. So there's already one kill point to their end.
Yeah, AAP just holding us so well out in the open. Aurora giving them these 1v1s that AAP will happily take. Now they get their numbers advantage. Aurora not in this condition to fight anymore. Get to turn their attention over to the low ground. That's where on-call will be. JO in the meantime has just ran into rain. EXO suffering the initial lockdown. JO should be able to find a finisher, as EXO is just not... don't see any window to support Rain in this situation. JO gets full control of that building, and this is suffocating for EXO. They have not much areas left to wriggle around.
Yeah, in fact, they've already pulled back to what is the highest building in this complex right now. So if anything, they've got their backs against the wall right now, because all that's behind them is the battle is going on with Aurora and One Call. So yeah, this is not really a good position to be in as, if you're EXO squad right now. APH is still on the outside. Squeaky, ooh, that's a good shot there onto JO there, getting the grenade onto him. So that's going to ease off the pressure a little bit. But though Senti is still trying to keep the pressure going by sniping through the windows here. The blue zone already creeping onto EXO's position, and JO, I don't think he will be rescued in time, so he's probably gonna have to take one for the team here for ABH, which is not good news here, because that means Senti will be the last person standing here for action. Now Gascans is still having a full squad, and they're taking position inside this building here, which means Senti might be walking into the field of fire. Indeed, he has taken damage, now forcing him to take an awkward position for cover as Yukamukao tries to flush him out with a Molotov. He does successfully do so, as Senti now desperate to try to hold his own. The blue zone creeps around and finally meets his end at the hands of Nikos, as Gascans takes the kill there. Now they're still not quite out of the woods because EXO squad is still around on the top side there, so that's forcing Gascans now to turn around to make this fight happen here. But EXO, in the meantime, they realize they have no other options except to try to run across. I don't know if they have enough smoke grenades really to cover their approach, so they really have to try to figure out a way to either distract or possibly even pressure gas enough to close them off, and that might just be enough there with that grenade toss there. Will EXO Clan still try to walk into the fight? They still stay in the fight. Kang is going to get taken down. Squeakita tries to go for the Molotov, but then another Molotov drops into their position. This is looking from bad to worse right now for EXO Clan, as Gascans still continues to keep them bogged down on the edge of the blue zone.
The Molly almost finished off Kang, but he was able to crawl away just in time before he completely depletes. Squeakita will bring him back up. A silver lining, a saving grace for EXO. They will have to take some moments, a few moments, to bring that health back up. Still being thrown out to the lower compounds, but that has alerted Pintadoes a lot. You can see that initial molly from Namcell, just in case Gascans want to kind of push inwards. Circle is going to start closing in as well, so Gascans will need to move pretty soon. Jumbi cover basically blown. I think Kang is the one looking at him right now. AAP coming in from the high ground. This circle, very, very deadly. And Pintadoes, they are going to fight tooth and nail to keep that compound within their control. Gotta stop Gascans from walking in. You can see those smoke grenades starting to get set up by EXO Clan. They really want to walk on forward. And there's not much space to wriggle around. Kang is just gonna brave the blue, but that's a lot of damage coming in from the danger zone and run straight into Kaio's crosshairs. And this might be the last stand for EXO, but Gascans not looking too well either because they are getting absolutely shredded by the members of Pintadoes, Waiki Kamukao, and Luke 12, both on the floor. Squikita surrenders to the blue. And PE, do you want to go for a jump in from Namsao? He now sees Nico's gotta win that fight if you really want to shut down Gascans. And Namsao just trying his luck, not able to land the necessary shots. Waiki Kamukao in the meantime actually taken out. Gascans finally dispatched off.
Woo. Dispatched off in 7th place, rather 6th place, I should say. So that's a very unfortunate there for Gascans, but you know, this has now opened up opportunities for everyone involved. Pintadoes especially there is now they got another knockdown to Horseshoe before ducking into the complex again. Now TNX are going to try to crawl away, but M0 I don't think it's going to be long for this world either as he's getting fired upon and he will get eliminated. So Pintadoes Esports on a roll right now. It will probably steamroll all over the rest of Tenax at this rate here, but Tenax right now taking a breather inside the container in order to try to get a revive up onto Lucid Freak and to get him back up to speed. But this is shaping up to be a very crowded circle at this final phase here. We still have 5 teams still up. ONC is going to try to eliminate one of them though in the form of Arkangel Predators, who is down to their last member. Jexy, he switches to the Molotov in the wrong possible time there and gets him almost gets himself eliminated before Jexy was able to finally take out Agent Bots. So that was a close call there for one call, but they still have a 4-man stack, so they're still good to go.
This is a top 4 that we wanted to see in the first 3 rounds. No on-call PE. They all made it to the top 4. So one call, of course, Nando J was just down. So they gotta try and get it back up. The PE taking a lot of that room away from Tenax. In fact, they're running straight out into the open. Jumbi is watching all this unfold, and Tenax has a chance to really pincer Kaio, completely oblivious to what's happening behind him. This could be the turnaround point. Kaio getting the first drop onto Asba. Lucifer needs the help, but just not able to do so fast enough. Kaio getting another elimination for his team. PE up to 8 kills. Pintadoes continuing to strangle some of these teams, and Lucifer, he's just gonna give up in that blue. Don't give any more points over to PE. And with Tenax taken care of, now there's only one more direction that PE needs to worry about, and that's where one call is.
Yeah, and one call still has the 4-man stack, mind you. So either way, they still outnumber Pintadoes by quite a bit, and they seem to be set to try to take the high ground there. But conversely, the way that PE is positioned right now can easily cut down any of the members of one call without any cover. So that's forcing Pusher It right now to hide behind the rocks, and Nando and Trick to try to use the elevation to their advantage. Shane Troubles, that's 1 and 2 now being sent towards CJ's side, and that does a lot of damage into one of the PE members here. So Namziao now trying to get some return fire here, while Pusher It does get a kill onto Kaio. Jexy is now trying to find his own target there in the form of Namxiao, but he cannot really get a beat onto him because he's so far and able to just hide away in the embankment.
Oh, what a
CJ,
nade.
he tried to go, but unfortunately gets cut down by the nade now. So Namxiao is going to have to hold his own, or maybe even crawl over to try to rescue his teammate. In the meantime, what has Aurora been up to here? Because Jumbi is the last member of Aurora here, and he's been hiding behind where one call is, just waiting for them to just eliminate the recipe. And oh, that Molotov! The Molotov from Nando finishes him off. So now it's just up to the rest of one call to finish off Jumbi and to take the chicken dinner.
Finally, one call makes it to the finishing line. This is, I mean, I've been waiting for this for quite a while. They've been definitely struggling a bit in the opening sequence of today, but finally you see things come together for one call. I mean, Trick, fantastic job, true and throughout. It's not making the sloppy moves that we saw early on, and just minimizing the chances of them getting caught out. But most importantly, just these very systematic gunfights that one call was able to win towards the very end helped them so much in getting this chicken dinner. Glad to see Indonesian representative finally putting one on the map, and that is definitely going to be a big boost of confidence for One Call.
For sure, and it's better late than never, I would say, for One Call here, because this on the penultimate round of the day, finally they get a chicken dinner to their name, so that should certainly propel them quite a bit on the overall standings here. So we'll see how it shapes up, because mind you, One Call didn't really have a good start to the day here. They kind of like finished in the second page, I think, if I recall correctly, in that first match of the day. But they've slowly been able to climb themselves back up here, and this one round in Miramar might just be enough to keep them very competitive in this Rumble challenge. The challenge Rumble here. So let's see how it shapes up once the full standings have been tabulated. I'm really curious to see how the Gascans being knocked out in 6th place is going to affect them here in the overall standings, because a lot of other teams, I think AAP were they still in the final 5? Yeah, I think they were still in the final 5, right? So they may be able to gain maybe 1 or 2 points ahead of Gascans, maybe even more, given how chaotic, or rather how busy really the final fight was. I mean, that's the thing. Whenever circles land in urban zones, it's usually a toss-up of whether it's going to be a very difficult and protracted fight, or sometimes it can end up like this one here, where it just happens to find one open clearing in this whole city complex here, and force everyone to fight in that one area, one zone. So One Call definitely had made the most out of this situation here. I mean, they quite literally, Aurora was just was a non-factor in that final circle there, as One Call was the one kind of like pummeling the Resident Pintadoes, who up until that point, Pintadoes was really kind of on a very good trajectory even. So it's just a bit unfortunate that they were caught in a location where it made it a way more advantageous fight for One Call, to be fair.
Oh yeah, I think also towards the end, with Gascans were out, I think, pretty early. Well, midway through the match, you can say the same for Trident Esports as well, right? And these two are the front runners of the leaderboard. I think this definitely would bring upon a closer competition in terms of the standing, kind of pull away from the pack. And I think being able to keep a lot more, having a lot more teams close to each other it's going to make it a lot more interesting. But I mean, we have so many more days to come. This is definitely just the beginning. But it's glad to see that the other teams are stepping up, right? We're not letting Gascans run away with just monster fragging every single match where they're getting punished. Pintadoes were able to take care of them, and also kind of this sequence really took a lot out of Gascans to try and keep I believe their opponents away. But in the end, it was kind of like the circumstances that led them to falling to Pintadoes. The Pintadoes getting 13, One Call getting 20 points this game, Tenax getting 10, Gascans the lowest that they have gotten since the start of the day, only 8 points. And you can go down even Panic Esports, they got nothing, they only got 1 elimination.
That's the thing, like, even though Gascans got knocked out quite early on, they still had 6 eliminations, which still, allows them, quite frankly, to recoup, or rather mitigate the damage that this round is going to do to them. So the credit to them, really, for being able to pull that off. But for other squads like Starlight, especially, so disappointing to see that they only were able to muster a single elimination point, which I would expected they had at least a little bit more. But at least, that's keeping them on par somewhat with PNC, though I think, like, for some reason I don't see PNC having 1 total point there. But nevertheless, even despite all that, Gascan's lead over both Arkangel as well as Panic is still more or less about 9 points. So if anything, Gascan still has a very, very strong lead here, and with PNC and AAP just kind of like trading back and forth in terms of those points right now, it seems like they're both tied at this point for second place here, with Arkangel having a little bit more eliminations, so that puts them a little bit ahead right now. From the Future still in the 4th placement here, but it's only about 4 points ahead of One Call, who has made a very remarkable comeback right now to take 5th place overall ahead of Tenax.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think you look at how Gascans is still consistent as always. I thought that it would be a bit closer after match number 4, but they are still having a decent lead. There's a cushion for Gascans between them and Arkangel Predator. Of course, after one of the worst rounds for PNC today, they are stuck in 3rd and tied with AAP, which is a testament, right? AAP can get things done, and they did get chicken dinner in match number 2, and even in the matches that they go out, you kind of can see the impact that they bring into the game. You have this 2 versus 4 hold at one point from the side of Arkangel Predator towards that mid to late game. So overall, I think Arkangel Predator, they are definitely doing what was expected of them, and even though this roster is might differ from what people know a year ago or 2, you can still kind of see the core identity of our Arkangel Predators somewhere around, somewhere there. But gotta re-emphasize this again: Gascans, crowd favorites, home favorites of the Oceania, still doing fantastic.
Indeed, they are. I mean, again, it's like the consistency we've been seeing is the most remarkable thing, because other teams have just been having ups and downs. Now, to be fair, like some of those are because of extraneous circumstances that quite beyond their control. But nevertheless, in spite of all that, even though Gascan has just literally suffered their worst defeat so far on this day, they're still maintaining the lead. So again, kudos to them really for just really going all in on the kill strategy, just making sure that they at least are picking up elimination points regardless of how badly they do in terms of placements. And that strategy has certainly paid off dividends now, because we're on the final match of the day here, and they still have a decent lead over the nearest 2 teams.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Final map is going to be coming out soon, and I think this, we've seen what the teams have been capable of on that Miramar, and it's clear that we see teams like Gascans. Again, I can't stress it enough, just the way that they take control of all these white areas, all these choke points. We saw White Kikamukao again early on getting the drop onto members of, I believe, 4 Piggies, just because he was able to get that very high ground advantage. And obviously you have teams that made those early rotations. Action PH once more, just very, very unfortunate getting caught out mid rotation and all that. But I want to see a normal circle. That's all I want to see. I don't want to see all these corner safe zones. I think we deserve a normal game for at least the final match of the day. It has been pretty interesting, pretty brutal so far. And in a competition that has such high stakes, you gotta really feel for these players sometimes.
I know, right? I mean, the stakes don't get higher than this, especially for a regional challenge like this in the Challenger Rumble. So, 5th match of the day here, the last one for the stream, is going to be on Miramar once more. We already saw the downfall of both Panics as well as Gascans in that last round, and the rise of On Call as a result. And look at that, another thing to change things around. This time the flight path going from south to north.
Finally a change of pace, at least in terms of flight path. This is the most vertical one we have so far. Still a bit one-sided. This definitely opens up the entirety of that western side, seeing that APH may just go straight for Picado at this point. And that means that you have a lot more incentive to go to Los Higos, basically that island. But that's only if the circle also is towards the western side. Like, who's to say that we won't just get a circle that, for some reason, decides to go to Puerto Paraiso, and then we will be back to square one. Early fights though, we see 4 Piggies and Charm Farmers. They're already exchanging a bit of fire early on. Very early rotation for some of these players, I believe. Yeah, Envy just gets ran down, and that's an easy kill. Look away, kids. This is not family friendly at all.
Oh man, talk about getting spawn killed in PUBG. Oof, that's just so brutal there. I mean, no prisoners, right? At least Gobstink seems to think so here for poor Piggies. But yeah, it's like That's just so unfortunate. I mean, again, there was literally nothing he could do. Like, he was trying his very best to maneuver out of the way, but he just lands right in front of where Gops is. He got a knockdown and therefore was able to earn a kill that way. So with all these situations notwithstanding, things should be all quiet on the other fronts here, because all the other squads are very much spread out, finding their own little hotspots to start their farming phase here. So I'm not expecting to see any more unexpected sort of encounters like we had just now. But I'm very much interested to see what sort of like new sort of positioning or strategies really that some teams might try to employ in this late juncture of the day. We see Gascans actually going for a bit of a split-up strategy, really, because we only see 2 members just going in this one vehicle to this one spot. So I expect another 2 has probably taken another village not too far away there in order to try to maximize the area coverage they could do as far as farming is concerned. We see a sort of similar thing happening with EXO here, though it's both both partners really taking opposite ends of the complex here.
Oh, absolutely. This is definitely one of the slower starts that we have. Even distribution. Considering how I think APH were the only team that could have potentially had to fight their way out. Now most teams have got a pretty decent spot to work with. Well, can't say it's the same for PE though. CJ once more called out Jaxi and Trick working together for the elimination. I think ONC had someone fall and break their legs, but it's fine. They should probably be able to bring him back up. There it is, Nando J. Back up,
Yeah.
pretty much safe, and now they get another buggy to work with.
Yeah, no biggie getting like a broken leg in this world. Just slap a couple of bandages on and you're good. So Nando gets back on
the medical technology in PUBG is something else.
technology is amazing, isn't it?
It is. It is.
So Aurora now gaming around the coastline there. I mean, they're just playing around the edges here as they wait for to see how they want to try to maneuver to this next circle. But speaking of circles, Pintadoes is already in the middle of one here, so they're just now looking for a complex to continue the farms on. On this port side here, we got Trident, who, by the way, like even though they had been involved in a number of fights, they're often at the receiving end of a lot of fire. So we haven't really seen them, or haven't seen the best to come out of Trident so far. Hopefully, you'll be able to see a lot more of them either on this final round or maybe even tomorrow's matches here, because mind you, we still have 5 more games to play tomorrow itself, so make sure you guys stay tuned for that. Looks like Cicak Gamers have found a target in the form of EXO Clan, because they have got a knockdown and a kill onto Goose.
Actually, it's not, unfortunately, out in the open. Rain looking for an exchange, but you can see that Cicak Gaming not interested at all. Just a bit of a minor attack, no eliminations, no knockdowns. EXO will have to work with the loss of Goose early on.
Yeah, and
So
EXO
start closing it pretty soon. So Squikita actually also trying his best. He is further forward, but unfortunately, this is not the vehicle that that is good for chasing. It's one of the slower ones.
might be a good one to get to the supply crate though. In the meantime, Trick is still stuck in this battle here with Cicak Gamers. Looks like he's going to be pulling back to kind of rejoin the rest of his squad. Looks like this care package has a Mark 14 in it. That could be a bit useful, but not sure what Kang actually picked up there. I think he did pick up the Mark 14 anyway. Gascans making their way up the hill here where Luke 12 is already set up. That's a good vantage point actually for this area in particular, because that the steepness of this hill definitely makes it a very tough proposition for any squad who decides to try to attack upwards here. So Gascans already finding a good position. There's Action PH also found one as well. There's a hillside here that, or rather a hill structure, the edge of the crater that Rems is going to try to set a position in to try to spy inside to see if there's any squads. There's no squads there at the moment, but Rems obviously doesn't know that right now. And oh, it looks like Nikos might be able to spot out Rain if Rain decides to make his presence be known, but so far he's very much huddled inside the ground floor of the building, so no chance for Nikos to be able to spot one out there. Again, still a very slow early phase of this game right now. No teams really going for all-out pushes. Might be an encounter on the cards there between Pintadoes as well as Four Samurai. Nico's now, oh boy, he's decided to go into the building here. Rain is actually having his position in front of the door, so he's going to try to give a nasty surprise now to Nico's.
Nico's... I mean, Rain is actually running straight at Nico's just now. Not able to... Yeah, realizes that he can't find the opportunity. Nico's closes the door on him.
Yeah, now trying to pull back to where the vehicles are, trying to pull to the back of the building here, because they're not exactly sure how many members of EXOs are in the meantime. And like I said, Pintadoes gets himself run straight into the 4 Piggies now. They've already taken out the 1 and 2 actually got taken out for Pork Piggy's side, because Lolba actually fell off a cliff and might have broken a couple of legs in the process. Now Baby Zio gonna get spied upon by X-Kaio, who seems to be taking a sweet time trying to get the shots in. He has plenty of ammunition to go here in that Mark 14, so he's certainly making the full use of it. Fleaways is still down, out for the count for the moment. Rain has been forced out in the balcony as the rest of Gascans has already cleared out the rest of the building, so he's just waiting in the corner, hoping to get at least 1 kill point here because he's all alone, but the Gascans doesn't know that quite yet. He has only a shotgun to use here, tries to go for the shot. Oh, look at the Molotov on the second floor. That's forced the rest of Gascans to pull out of the area there, so that's bought him a little bit of time.
Almost burned down the entire hell bar of Waikiki. Another molly thrown out just to buy a bit of time, but Rain, what else do you have left? Actually, he flashed himself, I think.
Yeah.
He's even going to try to work with the S666. That's a tough one to be in.
Oh,
timing just a bit off for Rain. Which weapon do you want? He's out.
Which one he wants? He wants all of them, it would seem, because he was just switching back and forth between shotgun and rifle and was not able to let off a shot in time. So unfortunate there for Rain. He really bought himself a lot of time, but the time just kind of got wasted there. For Samurai, though, putting some revenge onto Pintadoes by taking down Nam Xiao a peg right now. Though we're seeing Ford from the future still on the front lines here, and we also see Trident just overseeing the fight that's happening between 4 Samurais as well as Pintadoes. So they're just observing with glee right now, expecting that they will be able to maybe earn some good points here by taking out the survivors. But it seems to be a very long distance fight anyway, so that might also force them to kind of like huddle in position, because they know going out in the open means that they're just inviting both of those squads to turn onto them instead of each other. Aurora now surfing the edge of the blue zone, but looks like Milko's going to be a little bit cut out, as well as PRDX. Look at how fast the circle is. Aurora certainly has started off on the wrong foot here, it seems, and looks like they'll be taking quite a bit of damage before they get into that safe zone right now. But you can see that circle, dropping over Oasis right now, so that still cuts the amount of teams in the safe zone by about half. And Aurora still needs to be on the move, as does Trident, as we also see Pintadoes deciding to pull away there. I think there's 2 members of Pintadoes in that one car, so it seems like they had decided to cut their losses and are pulling away to Cruz del Valle. For Piggies is still in around the corner though, is one call, but I think one call is very much tied up to where PNC is at the moment, because Panic is now trying to move in onto the main road and perhaps towards the center of that next circle, which is going to be in around Oasis, or maybe they might just set up camp near that city by the crossroads, because that seems to be a good spot for them to try to hold, while Cicak Gaming still going to be distracted trying to take out the final 2 remaining members of EXO.
Look at this, Trident right behind PE. Be witnessing a drive-by, people. Jam opening fire onto Namcel. Trying to catch up to it. They actually have more durable vehicle. Jam, yeah, if he land that shot, he's going to be a hero today. But no cigar in that one. PE driving straight into the sunset, and Trident even detouring and hitting a boulder on the way into the desert. But yeah, just a good attempt. Unfortunately, not able to find the shots. Trident, at the end of the day, will be able to make it into the safe zone regardless. Just a shorter route, in fact, compared to PE, just because they were able to pressure Pintadoes a little bit.
Yeah, so Trident now making their way into this next safe zone. There is a bit of high ground they could use, There is a complex which I don't think is being held by anyone right now, so I think Mila will have a good chance to set up a base there to wet a point for the rest of his team to rendezvous in. Aurora now again surfing that blue zone one more time. But this seems to be the way that they want to try to play this, a very safe sort of approach towards this next safe zone to ensure that they don't, even if they do end up in a counter, at least they will be able to scatter very effectively. Tenax as well on the move in this convoy here. It looks like they're running parallel with another team here, and I think from the future is also deciding to make a move in the same general direction as well. So they want to try to intercept them, I think, before they get into the edge of this new safe zone. Four Piggies now trying to pack things up and move their way towards the inland area. Looks like they might actually run into Panics, who in the meantime have been taking some damage of their own. So Dusky very, very low at this point now, and I think Four Piggies definitely heard the gunshots, decided nope, we're just gonna turn around and run away.
Yeah, just see the instant U-turn. It's like, no, we do not want any part of this. Very, very telling of what the approach is. Yeah, they are definitely scouting the perimeter, but unfortunately there's not much places for them to go to, and 4Peak is again forced to make another 180 turn, realizing that this desert is not as barren as they thought it is. Now they gotta pick a choice. Honestly, the high ground, not too bad of an option as a temporary pit stop, just to plan out their moves. I think they have a better chance at scouting out where P and C are, because they did hear those early exchanges. Starlight, on the other hand, also finally touched down in their own cozy little complex. I mean, Aurora just kept on driving, but this time Jumbi not so lucky, and Juice, you're actually running backwards. They're trying to carry Jumbi back. Can they get to him though? Jumbi is very out in the open. They need a bit of smoke. They need smoke to cover it up, but Juice. Oh yeah, he's not able to reach his buddy in time. Unfortunately, Kaio gets the job done. Bit of a heartbreak moment for Juice. Aurora just have to kind of fight on without their buddy. Well, at least to take his resources along the way.
I think Kaio had to burn through his health kit just now in order to try to maintain his position in the blue zone to finish off that kill. So again, very dedicated to trying to earn that single elimination point there he is. But look at the way things are forming around Oasis. All these teams converging on this one spot. I think already TNX is in the position, as is Arkangel. EXO as well is taking that western side, which is going to be spot upon here by Pintadoes as well as Trident. Though they're both receiving fire from Panics, who are still on the edge of this next circle here, who no doubt will be making their way to the center once things start to clear up a little bit. But that's not going to happen anytime soon. But speaking of clearing up, I think Arkangel's got themselves cleaned a little bit here. One down already, and Nate barely misses Evil Patrick there. Another smoke is going to be popped out here, while Nan is just attempting to try to return fire. Does find one onto Horseshoe, forcing him to be pinned against wall right now. So Arkangel Predator certainly are facing a lot of pressure right now. The thing about trying to peel back, there is a supply crate just behind where Arkangel is, for him to be able to replenish some of their supplies that way, but they also have to watch out for Charm Farmers who are making their way up, as is Gascans as well. So this town ain't big enough for the four of them right now, because this is certainly becoming a very, very crowded spot.
Evil Patrick is going to start extending that zone of influence. There's two members of Tenax around there though. Evil Patrick, he has to know that this is happening. Yeah, and Nan has just gave him that info that he just spotted out one of the Tenax members, Asbuff, completely has his back exposed. This should allow Evil Patrick to coordinate better. You go in for the eventual pincer. Though unfortunately for AAP, they are down 2 men. And seeing Aspa isn't necessarily super helpful for Evil Patrick. The compound that he intends to kind of skulk around is still inhabited by both Shoehorse and Speedy. Will be a pretty slow standoff for AAP and Tenax. And so far, at least silver lining for AAP, their backs not really threatened. Can't say the same for Aurora though. They are getting completely locked out of the safe zone by PE.
Yeah, and as well, PE has no incentive to move right now because they found themselves a perfect little complex really to set up their defense. What is Four Samurai's GN doing? He's getting a little bit too close for confident. Cicak, I think he spots. I think he may have spotted a hit just over one of the hills there, so he may just have realized that he's not alone here. So he's just watching his back constantly. But now, is he going to be making the move up, or is Cicak Gaming going to find him first? Though the rest of Four Samurais are also moving up, while PNC just sending shots all the way across there. I wonder what they're actually shooting at from that position. But Four Samurai still trying to creep on top of this hill here, but Cicak has scattered themselves a little bit on the far side of this mountain here, so it looks like 4S may have dodged a little bullet here. I say that though, but Sutamului gets spotted them, so now he's going to be able to inform the rest of his team that, oh boy, we got some targets behind us. We're going to be sending some grenades down that way, and Murayama, oh boy, he almost got caught out by one. Sutamului now trying to shoot down another one who's attempting to zigzag his way to avoid damage, but still ends up giving a ping of health. And Four Samurais now realizing that they may have lost the plot a little bit.
What?
Oh, but look at who's from the behind. PNC coming into the mix as well, just forcing them to fight a war on two fronts.
Oh, guy is lightning fast. That guy is flash in the flesh. Completely untrackable. While I say that people finally found one, but Murayama actually just gets two in return. Four Samurai is doing a fantastic job, and Murayama should be able to clean things up. Tenax still 4-man strong as Four Samurai able to avert disaster, completely stopping Cicak Gaming. Good news for CG, they are not out just yet, but they definitely don't have any more to fight with. Juice decides that the blue zone is the best and most painless way to go, as Four Samurai pick up a couple more points along the way. Unfortunately for YSA, he won't have much. He didn't get to crawl into the safe zone in time, so he is also gone.
Yeah, so a bit unfortunate there for Aurora. Things are starting to heat up a little bit for Action PH because From the Future is starting to encroach onto their position, though they're being held back a little bit from Action actually sending a lot of grenades their way. Four Piggies is still trying to make their way into the safe zone right now, but being stopped in their tracks by Aurora, PRDX, as well as Milko, who are just keeping them gate-kept as well as they can, but Milko unfortunately gets knocked out. PRDX on his last legs right now, having to use up his health kit right at this point, hoping to at least be able to get another kill point onto Four Piggies. He sends out a trouble their way, and it's going to put a bit of smoke. He does get that one kill. Can he get a second one as Gops is still around the corner here? Forcing PRDX still has a couple more health kits to use here. Gops only has 2, and he's going to be using one of it right now. And no, the timing not quite right for Gops there, because he gets taken out by PRDX. He should be able to get some of the health pads back by looting the corpses, but very quickly he needs to make his way into this next circle, because at phase 4, this blue zone tends to hurt a lot. Action PH now facing a lot of casualties here. Jo is the last one still standing as he continues to try to hound Four Samurais, but to no avail right now. As GN comes over the hill, he tries to get the shot to Jo, misses a little bit. Jo sprays back, tries his very best to hold his own, but now he will be able to want to take it against 4S and takes them out of the lobby.
Very, very close exchange of Jo coming out on top of that. Gascans still very much alive in all of this, and they are now right across PNC. The amount of smoke grenades, literally, it's literally the highlights. You don't see anything. Rudavin gets flashed. A second one comes in from TD. They really want to blind Rudavin, and yeah, he did not bring sunglasses to this one, so he is completely visionless. That's gonna be him meeting his end. Jo actually trading back, though TD getting destroyed in the process. OAPH not able to hold on long enough as a C1 Moy able to respond, so Jo goes down. Rams finally shows up to the party, right into C-Moy. Who's gonna win this one? Rams a bit better, a bit sharper. APH getting the hero that they need.
A hero they need indeed, and a hero in time is better than none. So he's going to try to get a revive here on his teammate, but KDR is not quite done. He sends a trouble their way, trying to force Rams to move out of the way now and into the open. But then Rams finds him just in the nick of time, takes him out to take From the Future out to the pass. And now only these teams still remain. 9 more to go here, and we're already on phase 5. So where is Trident trying to make this approach here? They have to approach where Gascans are. So, but unfortunately, Gascans are already inside the complex, which forces Trident now to put up some smoke. But given that they already had their position spotted out, we also see PNC trying to make their way through the left-hand side. But Blessed was able to take down Suspect in the nick of time, leaving only Cherry to be the only one to carry the flag now for the Panic Squad. As Trident now tries to move up, they do get a knockdown to Greg shot here. Yikamukao as well as Nikos is going to have to move up in order to try to rescue him, while Trident uses his opportunity to try to peel away here, which is actually kind of smart in that regard, because now Gascans is going to be left outside here while they will be able to freely move into the inside.
Oh yeah, absolutely. PE. They do have Kyle on scouting duty, and in the meantime, Tenax actually might have caught vision of that. Gascans just got spotted by Trident as both Snow and Blessed are gonna start moving in. Lou, doesn't see this though. Snow has the help with the elevation, but they do see those troubles, those utilities coming in from the second floor. What a congested eastern side of the map. Trident, AAP beside each other. Tenax Aspa had to sue Chaos. Snow gets tagged. Speedy forced away by PE. This guy's so fast and slippery with his dancing shoes. Gets support from Shoehorse with the smoke as well. PE not able to find a way into the compound, but they do have a big chunk of that safe zone with them, so this can be a very slow and methodical process of just inching their way forward. Can't say the same for Trident, as they are now starting to clear out areas alongside the perimeter of Gascan's compound, but you can't just run up because there is AAP, and Speedy actually gets caught off screen by Nan.
Yeah, so not so speedy after all, was he? But things are very crowded on this eastern side here, and I think they're going to be starting to thin out a herd a little bit, and that's going to be a bit of a good news actually for Pintadoes, because that allows them to actually play third party for the most part, because they've already taken control over the northern sector of this next circle. So Gascan still trying to fight their way out, so is going to be Arkangel as well as Tenax. It's looking like Arkangel is fighting for their dear life right now, because they're stuck inside this warehouse area, while Gascans is still on the outside. Though Gascans has already lost many of the members, so I think that's only Mukau, the remaining member. So if anything, he's the one under pressure here. So he's gonna try to move in straight away, very aggressively. Does get the one kill. Is he gonna be able to get another one as well as they try to wrap around this warehouse here? Yuka Mukau just keeping an eye out on the entrance, sends a flashbang that way to try to flash one out. So he tries to bring the revive in time. But wow, he's really trying his very best now to carry the flag for Gascans, because he's the last member standing. Trident still has 3 members on the outside, so they know they can try to flush him out through sending these flashes as well as frag grenades inside. But where is Mukau going to try to move out of? Oh, he's taking a lot of damage now. This could be the last legs. What? He just slipped past them. Slipped past them through the smoke. They didn't realize it until just now. Finally, Snow finds him and actually takes him down.
Oh my god, what a slippery guy. If he survives that, I do not know what to say. But yeah, the Trident puts an end to his shenanigans. Gascans, sure they're eliminated, but I mean, you look at the scoreboard on the left, they have 8 eliminations nonetheless. All things considered, again, this is a team that hasn't gotten any chicken dinners, but the consistency of the points that they get along the way is just unreal. Aspa not able to land enough shots to take out Bless, but Miller unfortunately tracked down by Trick. So Trident losing the members. Unfortunately, it's a domino effect. Oh, Aspa once more finding Bless. Tenax should be able to start zoning out players. Aspa with that molly actually pushes Snow out into the open. Oh, he's completely isolated and he's gone.
Yeah, no way he's going to be able to get out of there now. So Aspa, very much fresh out of the victory, still getting a lot of points now for TNX. This is their best chance now to try to catch up to the rest of the pack here, because they already got 8 points to the name and they're looking to try to make a little bit more. So he's going to be able to find another target there onto Action PH. The Starlight in the meantime still has a full stack, and they're the only squad right now who still have 4 members up. So they're only just now reaching into this next zone here, but it might be caught out a little bit by one of the members of Action PH just just around the corner there. But for the meantime, they're very much far away from the majority of the action which has been happening on the eastern side. Though Pintadoes has been very much cognizant of this, and they've been keeping an eye on both ends of the circle here since they already are in the center anyway. Speedy now trying to get back in. Oh, that's a really bad toss there. Didn't quite get inside the building that time, so sends a Molotov that way. Still trying to flush out that last member of ONC still inside. In the meantime, Starlight now getting closer to where Pintadoes is. They're going to try, I think, to pressure them now, but Pintadoes already is aware of this, is sending down some smoke as well as mollies to try to cut them off a little bit. So now Pintadoes, who is down to 2 members here, knows that they are in the best position really to try to fight for the chicken dinner, but now with Starlight encroaching in that area, maybe a new king might be here to take the hill.
It does seem like it. APH, the farthest they've gone so far, but only left with 1 member, Trick. Unfortunately missing that flash just by an inch. That molly is going to be very crucial though. It might be able to flush out whoever's in that building, but Trick is getting watched. He's being watched right now. Getting tagged by Numself. Not much space made to work with. The molly just a bit on the left, and now Trick, he knows he is completely pincered, flash, blinded. M0 sends him packing. 1 call out in 5th place. And the only team left with the entire squad left alive is, well, I want to say Starlight, but they just lost Solution PH, courtesy of Kaio.
Yep, that's already 1 down. Pintadoes is not doing that well either because they're still only down to 2. And so far, they have been the ones really staying out of a lot of the battles here along with Starlight. TNX is still also having 3 members alongside them, and they're already making their way towards where Starlight's position is, and they do have a bit of a high ground here, but conversely, Pintadoes is wrapping around the other side as well, so it's a bit of a 3-way standoff at this point. Though Tenax will still be able to have the advantage having a compound to play around with on their corner of the circle. Say corner of the circle, is that even a word to use here? Nevertheless, Starlight getting into the fight now with Hachi trying his very best to stay alive right now. I've been taking the onslaught from 10x, but he's still keeping an eye out of where Starlight is. Pintadoes attempting to use the high ground to an advantage, still not able to put down any more members of Starlight at this point, but they need those eliminations. They need to try to even the odds here if they want to have a chance of taking a chicken dinner, but they're not making it any easier for them, both Starlight and 10x is.
Oh, this nade. Just a bit short. Could have been a god nade, but Kaio was already able to see multiple members of Starlight. They're all huddling behind a big boulder. Uh-oh, Kaio looking for the 3-pointer. Does he find it?
No.
Just barely missing that one. Could have been disastrous for Starlight, but now they have to find a way up because Kaio is about to send in another care package, this time in the form of fire. Oh, just a bit short. Once more, this boulder keeping Starlight safe temporarily, but Kaio is very relentless with that. And PE now with ample info can keep Starlight basically pinned down. Starlight does have that numbers advantage though. They just gotta find a way to really set up that cover. Unfortunately, Hachi does not have any utils left, and maybe that's why Starlight are caught in such a rough spot.
Yeah, because they really don't have any elevation to use as cover aside from that boulder. So the boulder is very much their MVP right now. Because like that's the only thing keeping themselves away from the bullets coming from Pintadoes as well as Tenax. But then Pintadoes in the meantime has not really been focusing too much on Tenax because I think Tenax is playing it extremely safe by just staying out of sight and out of trouble inside the complex right now. So Pintadoes really is just forced to either try to push onto SL's position or maybe do something here. The next circle is going to be coming up now though, so maybe they want to try to wait it out until this blue zone forces the issue. But 10x is already picking up vehicles though, so maybe they want to try to go for a different play here. Maybe they want to try to run things over the rest of these squads here and make some cover of their own on this open ground. That could be a bit of a threat right now for both Pintadoes as well as Starlight. But Starlight maybe hit a worse opposition because they don't have any vehicles to use. They don't have any cover to use at all. Only just now the zone is coming in and creeping onto its own here. So Tenax is now forced to try to move out of the complex and into the line of fire here. Starlight as well moving up from the side of the road here. But Tenax is still not able to get a good clear line of sight onto them yet. Still keeping their attentions very much focused onto Pintadoes on the other side. So it's Starlight. Hachi getting a spray and a knockdown. knockdown. He might be able to get 2 there, but it's Namxiao is going to get himself taken out by TNX instead. So now it's going to be between Starlight and TNX to try to fight this out. TNX doesn't have the man advantage anymore. That's one good kill there by 9. He gets another second one there. This is going to be a steamroll from Starlight to get over 10X. They just need to take that one last member there, but he's not in the area. He's in the complex, and Starlight just hit it straight into him, sending everything they've got, every last bullet, every last throw, and just like that, they take the chicken dinner.
What a grand finish for Starlight. And they were trapped. They were trapped for so long behind that one boulder, thanks to Pintadoes, but they somehow survived it. They bided their time so long that they not only took up Pintadoes, but 9 with just monstrous individual fragging abilities towards the very end to get the chicken dinner. And you know, for them who are on their second page in terms of placements, this is a big boon to close out that first day.
Indeed it was. I mean, again, who would have expected at the start of the day that Starlight of all teams was going to be the one to pick up a chicken dinner today? I don't know if even Starlight themselves expected this, but you know, credit where it's due. They played a very smart round here, going into this final circle, because again, a lot of chaos was happening on the eastern side of the circle for the most part. So and a lot of like the top teams were very much caught up in that crossfire, right? I mean, where was the big ones like Panic? Where was Arkangel Predator? They were very much caught up in those battles and got themselves eliminated quite early on, so not a lot of points to be found on their end. So yeah, this is shaping up to be a very interesting day number 1 here, because I think now that we've already see who are the teams to really watch out in terms of skill level, and some of these unexpected teams now are picking up really good haul of points in these final few rounds. I think it's going to be a very tight leaderboard later on once we get all the scores tallied up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's fair to say that Gascans probably would still stay on top, because they did get almost double digits in terms of elimination. But Gascans aside, I think the rest of the leaderboard would definitely be a bit tighter compared to the start of the day. You know, with teams like Starlight, Tenax, PE, and even Action PH to a certain extent stepping up to the plate in the final match of the day. I think that's going to improve the standings a lot more. Obviously, there are some teams that still need a bit of work. Maybe tomorrow is where we see that recovery. Slow starters. For Piggies is one of them. Cicak Gaming. We saw that Charm Farmers. These few squads is struggling quite a bit throughout the entire day.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the thing. Like, some of the other squads still have not found a run of luck. So the good news for them though is that there's still one more day. Or at least there's still going to be another day to try to play through these maps here. That's going to be tomorrow's stream, so they might have even some opportunities really to re-examine what exactly went wrong for them on today's matches here, and hopefully take those lessons to heart and come back a bit stronger in day number 2. But so far, I mean, it's still very much looking like the Oceania show here, I have to say, in this first phase of the Challenge Rumble, because again, with strong teams like Charm Farmers, like Gascans, just these veterans from the PUBG community who is still playing to this day, just showing that the level of experience that they've got is really keeping them at the top of the game right now when it comes to this competition. So plenty of really exciting things really in store for us, I think, in this Challenge Rumble this year.
Yeah, and right off the bat, on day number 1, we already saw some great individual plays and individual prowesses. This is one of my, well, not this moment, but we definitely saw, yeah, this is one of my favorite moments.
The sneaky Mukau.
He got caught at the very end of the smoke where he just didn't cover his, I believe, his head or his gun barrel. That could have been a heroic moment, honestly, for Gascans. End of the day, this is kind of the finisher. Starlight holding on long enough and just able to find the right fights. Obviously, 9 spearheading for the team. Starlight getting, unfortunately, only 5 eliminations towards the end. They didn't really engage in much fight from the start. So 15 points for them, including the chicken dinner. But Tenax was able to get 13. You see the teams that even Trident and APH stepped up. Gascans still walked away with 9.
Yeah, and looking down even further the list here, and oh boy, it's even more interesting when I look at like the other Oceanic squads, because other than Tenax and Gascans, like the other squads from Australia, like Aurora, EXO, Panic, as well as Charm Farmers, were just not able to make any dent at all on the other teams here. So let's have a look at the overall standings now. Gascans still the class of the field here, having gotten enough eliminations consistently over these 5 days, almost an average of like 6 to 7 kills per round here. That's allowing them to have a very healthy 15-point lead ahead of Arkangel Predators, who right now are taking that second spot ahead of on One Call, who have made a significant comeback now to be amongst the top 3 players here in day number 1, putting themselves ahead of their fellow compatriots from the future here by a single point.
Yeah, Gascans are just running away right now. I wouldn't say with the competition yet, but they are slowly creating this very big lead. You are looking at what, an average of 12 points per round out of day number 1 itself, and that is a big feat to achieve, right? And again, you look at the placement points that they got. They are 3rd in terms of, well, they are 4th, 5th in terms of placement points, but they are miles ahead in terms of elimination. So Gascans truly the best, at least one of the favorites that we have. You know, it's a team that came from the NA region. They decided to come to Pacific, to APAC, and here they are just putting up an absolute banger of a performance in day number 1. Arkangel Predator in 2nd is something that I do love. Obviously a very slow finish, unfortunately, for Panic, but they still were able to maintain 42 points at the end of the day. And this is off of the fact that for the last 2 rounds, Panic didn't get a single point, or maybe got like 1 or 2 points overall. So but it's a strong start that allowed them to be in the spot, so that's kind of like the silver lining at least.
Yeah, it's going to be taking pages out of the Silver Linings playbook, right? And also shout out to Starlight as well. The Chicken Dinner has finally taken themselves out of the 2nd page into the 1st. Though they're still in the 8th place there, at least they're still going to be in the running alongside Pintadoes here. So that's a really good turnaround for them by the end of the day. So let's let you guys know what you guys have in store for tomorrow, because we're still going to be doing another stream same time here at the same place, but then the maps are going to be a little bit different. This time we're going to be playing 3 rounds on Erangel and then 2 rounds on Miramar. A bit of a flip around compared to today, and if today's matches are any indication, this is going to be another opportunity, I think, for Panic to try to show that they may be a little bit stronger on Erangel compared to Miramar.
That definitely does seem like the case, right? Because they have struggled a lot on Miramar, where, you know, there's just so much more open areas that you gotta play with. But for Erangel, it really felt like that we can find this anchor, we can find this comfortable spot, we anchor down, and then we kind of wait out the rest of the round. Obviously, you know, contrary to what we saw from Gascans, this Panic Esports, it definitely feels like a lot more of a passive team, but that could just be a day 1 thing. You know, there's so much more to come, but it has been an awesome day number 1 for Challenger Rumble, and we have already started off on a very high note. The bar is set. Tomorrow there's going to be more to come. We're going to start same time, you know, 1:30 p.m. is where the first where kind of like we go live and wait for that first match. Do remember, so much more from these teams. It's not done and dusted just yet. We're gonna send you guys off for the rest of the day. My name is Husky. It's my buddy Victor right here. I'm wishing you guys a great rest of the evening. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more PUBG Challenger Rumble action. Goodbye.